Super.
Presenter
Super.
laptop, check one. Sound check one, presenter laptop. Sound check quick laptop. Sound check one, quick laptop. And we are going back into pre-meeting.
See you. Have a great Christmas, Chad.
Yep, you
Merry
too.
Christmas to the family and Chad.
Okay, we're
Thank you
live.
too, guys.
Here, Chad. Mr. Mayor, we are live and we have quorum.
All right, thank you, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to our December the 15th council meeting. I will acknowledge that we are situated on the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. And we further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the city of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are also advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, and that the presentations and reports consider that this meeting are available on the city's website, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings, and we will be adhering to the 5-minute rule, and if you need an additional 5 minutes, you can indicate as required. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good
There are a
morning.
few changes for the agenda today. There are 2 added correspondence items. Correspondence 417, correspondence from Aldo Castelli respecting 1290 South Service Road and 523 Vince Mazza Way, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 8 of the Planning Committee Report 21-019. There's item 418, correspondence from the Township of Mulmer respecting Truth and Reconciliation calls to action with a recommendation to be received. There are 2 added notices of motion. Motion number 71, with a registered plan of subdivision 62M11278 for a joint service agreement. Item 7.2, amendment to the City of Hamilton policy respecting the appointment of citizens to the city's agencies, boards, and commissions, advisory committees, and subcommittees. There is 1 added council communication update. Item 9.2. There are 2 added bills for today. Bill number 249 to amend the zoning bylaw number 6593 respecting lands located at 311 and 313 Stone Church Road East, and bill number 250 being a bylaw to amend the bylaw number 06026, the sewer and drain bylaw. Those are all the changes for today.
Great, thank you. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Not seeing any. All in favor? Or any opposed? Up and running. And Councillor Powell is thumbs up.
Councillor Wilson, we're just
Yeah.
waiting for your vote to come through.
Councillor Wilson, thumbs up
She's
as well.
thumbs up. And that carries 15-0.
Thank you. And one more item before we get to our guest. Members of council, any declarations of interest? Thank you. I see Councillor Clark, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Pearson so far. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you.
Ferguson, I've got you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is regarding the Planning Committee item number 7, draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 311 and 313 Stone Church Road East. By virtue of my son's retail business interest with Mr. Mancha, the principal of the applicant's planning consultant, there exists a pecuniary interest which the members' code of conduct and common law require me to declare. I therefore recuse myself from participation in the matter. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I guess we'll need a separate vote at that moment in time to for you to indicate your abstention. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And under the emergency communities, item 9, Senior Advisory Committee, police failure to provide adequate and effective police services in the long-term care. My son is a staff sergeant with the Hamilton Police, so I declare conflict. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted by the clerk as well. Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's with regards to emergency and community services. I'm not on the committee, but reading the report before us today. It's item, sorry, I turned the page, item 5. It's adaptation and transformation of services for people experiencing homelessness update, and goes on to, there's a presentation under sub 1, and it has to do with it mentions rent evictions, and I, as a landlord, am declaring a conflict. I have rental properties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillors Ferguson, and that has inspired a couple of more, Councillors Marula and Vanderbeek. So Councillor Ferguson first.
I think I have a conflict on GIC report of December the 8th, item 18, which deals with the user fees.
Thank you. And Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did declare an interest to prevent a conflict at Emergency and Community Services regarding the rent eviction item. I didn't, now formally, I guess I have to do it again. So I will declare an interest to prevent a conflict related to the same item that I already declared an interest to prevent a conflict in order, as a result of my wife and I being landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll save some words. I'm not on the Emergency and Community Services Committee, but I too need to declare an interest in that item 5 because my family are landlords.
Okay, thank you. So duly noted by the clerk. When those items come up, we'll have separate votes on those items so you can declare your abstention from involvement at that moment in time. Let me just turn to our guest. We have our well-known and popular former Councillor Collins with us today, and obviously we all know that our former councillor has moved on to be the Member of Parliament for Hamilton East Stony Creek, and I know he's going to do a fantastic job, but we do want to acknowledge his many years of service at the City of Hamilton, starting at a very early age, actually. Chad, you'll know better than I, but I think at about 22 or 23, he became the representative for Hamilton East, or for Ward 5 for a time. I think we served together, and then found our way apart in and around 2000. And it has been a pleasure for me to continue to work with you, and hopefully that will continue as you work through your Member of Parliament responsibilities. But did want to take a moment in time to leave you with a little something to memorialize your long-standing involvement in the City of Hamilton. And we do know that Chad was particularly, focused on a lot of things, housing, and, we could say waterfront focus, but, with what he was noted for more than anything was his unending focus on budgets and making sure that we didn't overtax or didn't tax unnecessarily in a given year, and that we were, maintaining reasonable rates. And so, in my mind, that kind of led us to doing the budget in the Chad Collins way.
Very nice, very nice.
I'm going to give Chad, as soon as I can get to him, a sign that you can, you might be able to post it on your street. I think we can work on that one, but certainly somewhere at home to memorialize the great work you did for our city over the many decades. So
thanks, Mayor.
On behalf of all of us, on behalf of the City of Hamilton, we thank you for your longstanding service in the past, and certainly would encourage continued service in the future. And with many thanks, I'll deliver this to your home soon. Like the way you deliver recycling boxes and green carts, I'm coming to your house personally to drop this off.
Okay, fair enough. Can I say a few words? I really thank you
Yes,
for the kind
absolutely.
words.
Please do.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back. Leaving City Hall was probably one of the most difficult decisions in my life. As you mentioned, I was there since I was enrolled as a McMaster University student back in the mid 90s. And so it's really the only place of work as an adult that I've ever known. And I established there tremendous lifelong friendships and relationships that I will cherish for my entire life. And so I'm certainly happy to be here in terms of the new challenges and opportunities that exist for our city. I had the opportunity last or 2 weeks ago to thank my constituents in the House, and at the same time I thanked my family, friends, and volunteers. But with the 1 minute that they give I didn't have a chance to say thank you to my council colleagues and the staff at the City of Hamilton. And I can say in my early days here, and I've shared this with some staff members who I've talked to in the last couple of weeks, our staff at the City of Hamilton are incredibly responsive. And, you know, it's very challenging here to work with the bureaucracy. I've noted that. And just because I've been so accustomed to dealing with people who instantly try to assist, there's not all, you know, for all the problems that we experience and we try to address, we can't solve all the problems, but people try. And at the city, just tremendously responsive in terms of our senior management team to everyone in the organization. And then, of course, with council, you know, I learned very early on that relationships are very important, and nothing happens around that table without 9 people agreeing. And while we're all elected as individuals, the day that we arrive at City Hall, we're expected to work as a team. And I think, you know, that team, and there have been consecutive ones over the 25 years that I've worked with, we're always trying to move the city forward, and we've made tremendous progress. And you'd be surprised about the narrative here that where people talk about the good things happening in Hamilton, you don't hear it there in Hamilton. But when I speak to other people across the country and they start talking about the growth in Hamilton, the innovation that's occurring, and the good things that are happening in Hamilton, you'd be very pleasantly surprised, Mr. Mayor, that people across the country recognize the good things that are happening, certainly under your leadership and the leadership of council with the assistance of senior management team. So again, I didn't get to say thank you in the House, but I'm glad you had me back, because I just want to thank everyone. We have a unique position where everything we do in our political life, we owe to others, whether it's the people who elect us or the other people around the table or our staff who deliver on what we're working on from a policy perspective. So I'm glad to be back, and I'm certainly would like to see everyone at some point in time when it's safe to do so. And I just wanted to say thanks to you and everyone around the council table who's provided me with support over the years, because I wouldn't be here certainly if I didn't work with such a great group of people for so many years.
Thank you, Chad. Yeah, applause all around. There's whistling. Anyone else want to add anything to those comments? We can certainly take this opportunity. This is the right time. Councillor Partridge, go ahead.
Yeah, just very quickly. Absolutely great to see you, MP Collins. Are you not curious what budget that sign came out of, sir?
I'll find out later.
I was being facetious. I was being facetious.
I'll just confirm right now it came out of the mayor's office budget, just to get that out of the way.
There you go. Thank you.
I thought it was area rated to Ward 5.
We had Councilor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank former Councillor Collins and now MP for being here today. But I think it's important that we recognize, as you mentioned, Chad was elected while he was still a student. He spent a quarter of a century servicing the people of Ward 5 and by extension the people of the city. His contribution day in and day out, although he may be the antithesis to me when it comes to his communications plan, his efforts and his accomplishments, although he'll be the last one to mention them, are unprecedented. If you go line by line, as he used to with the budgets. And it's easy for people to live by sound bites and whatever the flavor of the day is. But it's another thing to put together a plan of action, to take action on that plan and accomplish it to the level and to the expertise that former Councillor Collins and now MP Collins was able to accomplish. I can't understate that, because the average person does not understand the average day-to-day pressures of an elected official, and nor should we expect them to. But I think it's important when it comes to a time like this, where an individual has spent more time in office than he was alive when he got elected, to celebrate what he accomplished. And unfortunately, we live in a time today where accomplishments don't seem to matter like they used to. And I guess we're seeking equality, but we should champion those people and applaud them, because if we're going to provide an environment conducive to incentives, there better be some sort of understanding of accomplishment and empowering people to want to accomplish. Because when you're accomplishing and all you're doing is getting beaten up, it's not going to motivate anyone. And that's a sad state of affairs. But in Councillor Collins' situation, through all of that, he accomplished more than most of us have. And we need to applaud him. Thanks very much, Chad. And thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, for your time.
Thank
Have a
you for
great
the
day.
kind words, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. And I didn't prepare anything, Chad, because I didn't know you were going to be here. I'm just so glad to see you.
Thank you.
From a counselor that was green behind the ears 11 years ago, you had become a bit of a mentor for me. You taught me how to be a little more tactful with the staff and with each other. You worked very hard with then Councillor Powers of Dundas to get the area rating sorted out. Every year at budget time, it's like we all magnetize to you because you're the one that's got your thumb on everything. So this counselor, now 11 years later, is going to miss you terribly around the table. But being your constituent, you haven't heard the last of me.
Thanks,
Take
Brenda.
care, Chad,
Thank
and all
you.
the
You
best
too.
to you, Mary, and the kids.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and great to see you, Member of Parliament Collins. Mr. Mayor, for most of the seating arrangements of pre-amalgamation during City of Hamilton Council days and Regional of Hamilton Wentworth days and post-amalgamation, except for the odd little year or two, I sat beside Councillor Collins. You develop a bond, a friendship, a working relationship. And I can tell you that when you're returned election after election with the resounding plurality that former Councillor Chad Collins was returned with, you're doing something incredibly right for the people you represent. And in our public world, Mr. Mayor, you know, it takes a toll on families. And someday, I've often said to close friends, I'm waiting for the day that a member of the family that's married to a politician, a spouse, possibly a child that's grown up, I'm waiting for the day they write a book on exactly the toll it takes on family life. That's no excuse. That's no complaining whatsoever. But Chad has put out full-time plus representation for the people of Ward 5. And all I heard during the federal election campaign, when, of course, Mr. Mayor, you know, at the federal provincial level, you're more subject to the leadership of the of your party's leader. You're more subject to the party platform, and sometimes the individual name recognition and the work of the individual can take a second or third nature to the leader of your party and to the party's platform. All I heard during the federal election time, Mr. Mayor, was the great work, the great constituency work, the great work of advocating both at his ward level and also balancing that with the citywide agenda that he promoted, was an ambassador for on many project fronts, such as the waterfront. I believe that strongly helped to carry the day to elect Member of Parliament Chad Collins for the riding of Hamilton East Stony Creek. The legacy he had as a Ward 5 councillor, all I heard was positive messaging across the riding that in spite of feelings of that party or the leadership or the platform, we needed to continue to have Chad Collins representing us in some way, fashion, or form. And here he is now doing it at a higher level for a greater number of people across a larger constituency. So to his wife, Mary, to his kids, Chase and Reese, just a wonderful family. We're honored and proud to have them in our community. And it was great during the federal election campaign to see his mother, a former councillor, former MPP Shirley Collins, MP Collins. Mom looks fantastic. Whatever she's doing, she should bottle it and sell it because she
I'll let her
looks
know.
great,
I'll let her know.
and she could easily walk back into one of our seats at a political level. Anyways, MP Collins, congratulations. Very proud of you. And you know, our relationship goes beyond politics,
Mhm.
and looking forward to continue to work with you at the new level you're at, and at the city level as well. Because, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to wrap up by saying, I think in Member of Parliament Collins's heart of hearts, I think that the love of the city and city work will still be a huge part of what he's going to do in Ottawa on behalf of our 550,000 citizens. Going to miss you, MP Collins, but stay in
You
touch.
too.
Thanks, Mr.
Thanks,
Mayor.
Tom. You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And of course, I echo everything that's been said. But I just, myself, I want to personally thank you for your kindness and for your understanding as a new councillor. Many times I went to your office and I talked to Lucy about things that I didn't understand, and you were always there. And your character, your calmness, the love you have for people is very evident in your life. And I want to thank you for the pleasure of me being in council is that I've met you. So thank you, and all the best to you and your family, and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thanks, Esther. Thanks very much. Same to you and yours.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly I too wasn't aware you were coming today, Chad, but so glad to see you. So a few words that I want to say, and I'm echoing everything that's been mentioned here, but it's been an absolute honor working with you since for me, since 2003, and I've certainly learned a tremendous amount from you, especially as has been mentioned, budgets. I think that every budget page now, every time I touch a budget page, my thought is always that Chad touched every single page over the years and was very, very committed to making sure that we came in with the with the lowest and most responsible budgets that we could here at the City of Hamilton. And you should be very, very proud of that. The other part, watching you every day and working with you every day, I want to send out best wishes as well to your family, because I know what it is as a politician to have a family that stands behind you, because it's not easy. We all know that. And your wife, Mary, and obviously your children, they're behind you 150%. And I know that. And, great pride in that for your family as well. And I guess I should say, just remember your family, and I know you will. And Lucy, heartbroken that she's left the city, but you know what? I was going to end with, sorry to interrupt. I was going to end with an apology for asking Lucy to continue to work with me. So she's a huge loss for the city, and I will get to that later, but I'm glad you raised this. Well, I didn't want to let it go unsaid, because, we all will miss Lucy. She was phenomenal. And, she's cut from the same cloth as you. She was just, excellent in carrying off the duties every day and responsibilities and her kindness. And knowing that she's in your office here in my representing area that you now represent for Stoney Creek, I'm thrilled, because I know that East Hamilton, Stoney Creek will be well cared for. And the plus is that you have so much experience of all the neighborhoods, and so does she. So it's a wonderful balance. I'm going to end by saying, and Chad knows the little joke, did you ever get that shed built with blue boxes? And this story is, Mr. Mayor, as you said, almost every day I'd see Chad walking out with the whole stack of blue boxes. So I've always teased him if he ever got that garage built. But Chad, we will miss you, and I'm so thrilled that your office is a call away, and hopefully we can meet when things improve with this COVID and get together to have a chat over a bite or whatever. Look forward to that. And I'm so pleased for you, and I wish you the absolute best. And certainly right now, a very, very Merry Christmas, and safe and Happy New Year to you and the family. Thanks, Maria. Same to you and yours. Thank you.
Which reminds me, I'm going to make an effort to create a Lucy Finelli way as well, because
she deserves one. There's no doubt about that.
Does, and I'll make a point of doing that, because we all know that the people that we work with make it all go. As much as we are at the front and center of all of that work, I'm sure, Chad, you're going to say the same.
Yeah.
our staffs and, long-serving members like Lucy. I think Lucy's been one of the longest serving administrators and personal assistants that literally gets all of the work done out in the broader community, including where does the green cart go and where does the recycling box go, and much, much, much more. So I'll make a point of doing that, and I'll leave you say that on your own. I'm
Thank
not
you.
going to steal your thunder. Councillor Farr.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Lucy was everybody's AA internally too, just a phenomenal city staffer across the board. Through you, I first want to recognize there is not a single Value Village element to this new suit, Chad Spring. Is that right?
Well, this tie might be. No, I'll let you know later.
It's not either.
Chad, as you know, I'm trying. I'll never succeed at fulfilling the same level of commitment on HBS and CHH for the short time, but it is an honor to try. And I don't think I could even touch, as has been mentioned, your abilities to maneuver through the budget process line by line by line. I could give it a whirl, but I'll need you to send me Mike Zagarik's cell number. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I really think if there's any GM that could maybe also have an opportunity to send out a few toasts, I'm going to call on Mike in just a second. So I'll shorten my little speech here to just 30 minutes. So in closing, just want to say I had that opportunity, as was publicized, to knock on a few doors for a few hours here and there through the campaign. And I can tell you, I can't tell you that Chad is 100% popular out where he represents, but no politician is. But for the ones that you knew Chad was getting support from, I've never seen that level of admiration. Only wonderful words to share. Nobody was ever really on the fence. If you like the guy, you really like the guy, and you recognize the commitment and the effort. And I think that obviously clearly showed with the outcome of the vote. So all of the opportunities I had as your colleague, forget about friends. We will, Omnicrom or not, get together soon over the holidays. You're coming home soon, and I'm really looking forward to that as always. The City Housing Hamilton Waterfront Trust and others where you've really left your mark and really moved the yardsticks and pushed this city forward in a very progressive way. You're a very progressive guy that you don't get a lot of credit for that progressiveness that you have sometimes by some, but the energy and the influence that you've shared, and that I hope is in some small part kind of rubbed off on me in my political career. As you know, Chad, it's something I've been very grateful to have in your presence. We not only shared a hospital room when our kids were born out of some weird circumstance many, many years ago, but we also shared a council chamber, and I will always look upon that fondly. So, Mr. Mayor, how about Zagarik says a few things about Chad, because I don't know how the two of them did that, or at your discretion.
Yeah, how
we
about
could
we
let
finish
Mike
with
say a few
members
words.
of council, and if
Yeah,
Mike
that's fine.
would like to, he could certainly avail himself the opportunity. Thank you, Uncle Jason.
Thank you,
Councillor
Jason.
Powers.
Thanks, Chad.
So my thanks is the continuing support that Chad gives to the ward and the city. Probably Chad wanted to speak to me on a regular basis as he was driving home from Ottawa, because it was either me or Mariah Carey on the radio. So I don't know why he picked me in that, but he certainly didn't leave Lynn and I stranded here in Ward 5. Probably about every week or 10 days, Chad and I would have that conversation to tell me about the issues in the ward, which has certainly prepped me for it. I got to tell you, I was down in Stony Creek for the lighting the kringle in the creek, and I was at your office at 8:30 at night, and the lights were on, but nobody was there. I kept banging on the door, and nobody showed up. But anyway, I want to thank you for continuing to dialogue with me and tell me about how great Ward 5 was in the area that you're representing, and also the support that Lucy continues to provide to Lynn as we talk about the issues and the individuals in the ward. So you'll enjoy yourselves in Ottawa. Having been there, there's trials and tribulations, but after it's all said and done, it's an experience that you'll speak loudly of. And just remember, is your name will be on the wall in the center block. And when you take your grandchildren there, you can point out your name carved into stone on the wall in the center block. So be well, and Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Thanks, Russ. Same to you and yours. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Chad, I just want to publicly congratulate you again. I was very excited on election night and saw your name go to the top of the list, and you very much deserve it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time regurgitating all the things my colleagues have said about you, because they're all true. And I had those same thoughts in my mind. I know near the top of my list was Lucy also, but Maria got ahead of me, which is great.
She did. She got ahead of me
She
too.
was all, well, you know, your EA, what I want just with her, and I had the same thing as Kathy, have incredible patience with constituents. They can really make us look good too, and which is a big job for me to do that. And so congratulations to her, and I think you did the right thing taking her with you, but we will miss her. But I also will miss you at budget time, that we used to back each other up on budget issues. And one thing that just looks fresh in my mind was that $1 million per ward you found at the last budget, money that came as a grant, and we decided to reward a lot of our constituents was getting to some really bad residential streets were generally ignored by trying to get the Arturo roads done. And so that's a mark you're leaving, a very recent mark, and just explains again how effective you are in the budget process, and I'll miss you on that. But I just want to wish you well. I think that I agree with you. I think council is generally in good shape. We seem to focus on bad news rather than celebrating the good news too often. And so I want to just wish you well. I hope you don't get too tired. It's got to be a tough drive for you every week. And I guess twice a week, up during Monday morning and back on Friday nights, I suspect, same as other MPs. But I wish you well, and to you and your family, Merry Christmas also. Thank you.
Thanks, Lloyd. Same to you and yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's not too many words left to say, Chad. But I want to thank you for the help you gave me over my terms on council, and I sincerely appreciated your calm benchmark and your ability to always go back to that benchmark. And so I wanted to congratulate you and tell you that I know you'll do a really great job there in Ottawa. And to Lucy, please pass along my congratulations to her too, because when she moves with you, she too has a whole new adventure ahead of her, and I know that you're such a great team. So Merry Christmas to you and your family. Merry Christmas to Lucy, and thanks for your contributions to the city. And I know you'll do a great job there.
Thanks very much. Thank you very
All
much.
right, thanks. Also, Chad, last word goes to you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I wanted to start with a thank you and then end with an apology. And that apology was related to asking Lucy to continue to work with me. And thankfully she said yes. And so as all of you know, she is just an incredible person. And her way with people and her calm demeanor have served my office so well over 20 plus years that I've been working with her. So my biggest fear over the years was at some point in time she was going to decide to run in Ward 5, and I would have had a tough time in terms of with her name on the ballot. And she's just an incredible person with an incredible work ethic and incredible personality. And I don't know where I would be politically or personally without her guidance and support over the years. She is really a special person, and so I didn't get the chance. I did on election night, but I didn't get the chance again in the House last week with my 1 minute of time that I'm given. I didn't get a chance to particularly single Lucy out and thank her. And so this is the perfect audience, because you all know her and her work ethic and who she is and what she's all about. And so I apologize for taking her with me, but certainly Hamilton East Stony Creek is better for having her in the office and continuing to serve the residents as she has for several decades.
So, Chad Collins Way coming to your house. The lights better be on and you better be home.
Thanks,
And
Mayor.
I am going to create another Lucy Finelli Way for Lucy, well deserving, and we might
Thank
even
you.
throw some flowers into that mix. But
That would be perfect.
thanks for taking the time, and we know you're going to serve our community as you have in the past in every way possible, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thanks for the kind words today, and don't ever hesitate to give me a call if there's any need, Mr. Mayor.
All righty, all the best to you and your family. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep, have a good one.
Mr. Mayor, one more thing. I just want to say, is the ring in the mail for Councillor Collins? Because if you recall, a few years ago, we took some unnecessary hits that we retained the ring process. And I want that ring delivered to Councillor Collins. And I expect mine delivered next year. Thank you.
We'll,
Always controversy.
We'll work on that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Have a great day. Talk to you
too.
soon.
Yep, bye-bye.
All right. We have a motion to approve the minutes of the November 24th, 2021 meeting as presented. Can I have a motion to do that? Moved by Councillor Powers, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. All in favor of those minutes? Or any comments or questions on the minutes? Didn't see any. Vote is up. Thank you. And do we need thumbs up from Councillor Powers and thumbs up from anyone else?
And that carries 15-0.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, a motion on the communications items, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have a slew of motions throughout the day, so with her permission, I'm going to use the esteemed but humble Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls as my seconder. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls, that Council Communications 4.1 through to 4.8 inclusive be approved as follows. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any items on the communications list that folks would like to lift, raise, speak to, comment on? Councillor Johnson, I saw you first, so go ahead. And the speakers list is activated, so please indicate. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got two items. This one is 4.9. This is correspondence from Melvin Switzer, president of the Township of Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing Corporation, requesting an interest-free loan. The recommendation is to refer it to our GM of Finance and to come back to GIC, I believe. I'm in full support. Just to give you some background, this was a property that the former Township of Glanbrook bought and worked with two other levels of government, provincial and federal, to create a non-affordable housing back in the late 1970s. So they're now wanting to expand. This initially was to help the farmers and the people in Glanbrook stay in their communities. So this is now going to be an exciting expansion that's coming forward. They're not asking for free money. They're just asking for a loan that they're hoping to pay off quite quickly, depending on how the grants are coming through. But that's just to give you some background on this, and I am full support of sending this to the GM of Finance at this time.
Okay, great. Anyone else on that item? Not seeing anyone else. Okay, Councillor Johnson, other item?
Yes, sir. This is 4.11, and this is correspondence from the Hamilton Conservation Authority, and it's regarding the Respecting the Conservation Authorities Act amendments and changes. So, as you know, I've been the chair for the NPCA for the past 2 years, and the new act, the new and improved act, is said that I cannot run again next year because I've done my 2 years, my 2 terms, if you will. So I just wanted to put that out there that it has been a wonderful experience working with the most professional staff at the MPCA. And I think our relationship with the MPCA has improved immensely. And thank you to my colleague, Councillor Clark, for also participating with me at the MPCA. We have made leaps and bounds, and this organization as a whole is just going forward with positive, nothing but positives ahead of them. So thank you very much, everyone. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pauls?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to speak on 4.14. This is a petition respecting proposed amendment on item 7 in the planning zoning for the lands located at 311 and 313 Stone Church Road East. I just want to thank all the delegates that came. I also especially want to thank Nancy Wakefield, who lives in the Crerar community and has committed her commitment to go door to door and get 41 signatures to bring to our attention and planning committee the issues that will affect Crerar area. I just want you to know that some of the concerns are traffic, volume. It'll be a 221 mixed unit development on a 6.5 hectare land on an infill. And they're worried about traffic, of course, parking, and not to mention redoing of the sewer system. They will be, it'll be a 300-meter sewer upgrade of large trunks, which will affect 54 homes on Crerar. So I know this is an infill, and I know we have no urban expansion. We voted for that, but I think we really need to look at our city's SUAP plan to see where certain areas we would not be warranted the intensification. But anyways, so when we go to planning, I will vote accordingly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. It is correspondences related to item 4.7, which is, sorry, as I toggle, right? That's the word. Correspondence respecting the proposed safe injection site at 746 Barton Street East in Hamilton. One of the correspondences include a petition with a signature count of over 1,000 that we're receiving today as a council. And the bold portion of the petition speaks to the fact that the city did not consult residents prior to the application coming forward. And from what I understand from public health is that it's not public health's duty and obligation unless they were proceeding with the applications themselves to carry out that consultation prior to. So I did want to ask staff just to clarify that point, but I did want to let residents know that you know, I understand and have been listening very closely to the concerns that are being expressed. I've attended 2 of the community consultations, one hosted by LUSO, the other hosted by ACA in the ward, who are most in close proximity to the proposed site. And the AID network continues to do their community consultation. Residents have definitely made their concerns known and have shared them to my office and with the AIDS network and via council now through these correspondences as well. And they deal with everything from safety, but also some perceptions of issues that could be of concern, but that there aren't that aren't evidence-based. So I just really wanted to encourage the residents of Ward 3 in the vicinity and across the city. I know that many of those petitioners don't live in the ward, but feel very strongly against the location. Really encouraging people to engage in that consultation, be in direct communication with the AIDS network. Ultimately, the decision is with the Ministry of Health, but to the heart of the petition, naming the city as being not consulting prior to the application coming forward, I wondered through you if I could just ask staff to verify whether public health in the city of Hamilton had any process by which we are to do that consultation in advance of an applicant by an independent party.
Okay, thank you. Someone here from Public Health to be able to address that?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to check in on that. But I think Councillor Nan is generally correct in the sense that it is the primary responsibility of the applicant to do the consultation. And you know, we aren't always aware of the specific details while they are preparing their application.
Yeah, and for the public record, Board of Health was made aware of the location, the address, on the day that the delegation was received and the report was received. My apologies. And so that was basically the day, 2 days prior to what's the word? Supporting. That was the word language that we used, right? Supporting the location for the second CTS location in Hamilton in terms of the application by the AIDS Network. Through you, thank you to staff. And if the city was pursuing our own application, we would most certainly be leading the consultation process. But again, just a reminder to all residents, the AIDS Network can be reached by their website. If you're looking for more information, by all means, email my office at ward3@hamilton.ca. Thank you.
Okay, and answering that question was our Associate Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Tran. Thank you for your participation. We're going to turn to Councillor Farr.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. 4.3, please. The correspondence regarding J.C. Beamer Park, quite obviously, and I think importantly, we had that on the agenda in GIC and did some total of 4 hours, I'd suggest, of committee work on this matter. But there were still some areas, Mr. Mayor, as you know, and the rest of council who received some correspondence yesterday that, let's say, deserved further clarity. And so I thought maybe through you to Monica Sorello, our Director of Licensing, we could kind of clean up a few pieces that were, in some of our opinions, left floating after that lengthy debate. So through you to Monica, can you just sort of give us a summation of the two items that you shared with council yesterday?
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, Monica.
Through the chair, Monica Cirillo, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, after GIC yesterday, or last week, I apologize, we did have the opportunity to do a deeper dive into what had taken place. And I personally had conversations with my officers that were on the ground. And I can confirm at this point that there was a discussion on the ground between MLE and HPS as to the need to secure the site at JC Beamer. So that was a joint decision, and it wasn't done in isolation by HPS. The operational side of actually securing the area was a decision by HPS as to how to do so. And we were definitely in agreement that the area posed a health and safety concern. As I mentioned last week at GIC, there were concerns about the electrica utilities. There were garbage and debris, needles and drug paraphernalia. And so the area was to be secured. So I did want to clarify that. And there was that circulation that was sent out to council yesterday.
And sorry, through you, Chair, the Hamilton Fire Department, it said in the note, experienced an increase in the number of incidents involving encampments and individuals experiencing homelessness over the last 3 years. 54 incidences in 2019. This is for Hamilton Fire. 82 in 2020 and 172 incidents as of November 30th, 2022. 172 in not even a year in the more recent year where we collect this data. And so while maybe we focus, Mr. Mayor, and you may recall at least with my questions to the chief at the start of the meeting, and then he didn't have the answers, and I asked later on in the meeting. Specifically, I was focused on Beamer and the fact that it was not the first, but the second explosion, and then how I asked for calls for service, and he shared what I felt, and I've talked to a few people since, is more when we deal with fires, they're rubbish fires, and I don't so that sounded nominal, and I appreciate actually where he comes from. He's the chief, and they did not do an investigation on either of those explosions, and so he felt uncomfortable commenting on it. But I think when some of us who feel living in a tent in a park is the most unsafe and inhumane conditions for any of our citizens, when you look at 172 fire incidences alone, and the year's not even out yet, that's quite telling, and we maybe didn't hit on that. So I appreciate, Monica, that you included that in your correspondence and that you shared that correspondence with us. Mr. Mayor, other than that, and I apologize for the little bit of commentary there, I don't think we need to rehash the debate. I believe that the debate will continue, and of course, it continues to be investigated as well. So thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Any other items in the correspondence or communications that folks would like to speak to? Not seeing any. Thank you. We have a motion moved by Councillor Jackson, Councillor Pauls. All in favor electronically, and for those that cannot, Councillor Powers, thumbs up or down unless you're able to vote. I see your thumb. Thank you. Anyone else need to do a manual vote? We're all good? Great. Thank you.
Yes, that carried 15-0.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we're going to turn again to Councillor Jackson, which I'm going to assume it's Councillor Pauls once again to lead us into the committee of the whole. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, as usual, you are so correct. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls. The council now move into committee of the whole for consideration of all the committee reports. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor, electronic. Again, Councillor Powers, I see your thumb. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderbeek, were you able to vote? Oh, we got it. That carries 15-0.
Thank you. And Councillor Jackson, once again, to get us the General Issues Committee budget report on the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls, that the General Issues Committee Capital Budget Report 21-026, being the meeting that was held duly on November 26th and December 2nd of this year, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have to acknowledge that on item 3, we have a conflict that's been identified that we need to have a separate vote on that item. So if you'd like to put that vote up, Madam Clerk, unless there's any debate on that item. And those that are abstaining, or the person that's abstaining, can do so now. So all in favor of item 3 separately. And Councilor Powers, thank you. And the appropriate abstention can be recorded. And then we'll deal with the capital budget as a whole.
And that carried 0.
Thank you. Councillor Farr, I see your name up here. Is that on the capital budget?
Sorry, if I could just touch base with Councillor Pauls. I believe she had declared a conflict on that item because it was related to Police Services Board meeting.
Correct.
I thought the one was on health and safety under that. Is it under?
No, I think you declared a conflict at GIC, and I think.
Oh, at GIC I did, yes.
Here. So do we need to do the vote again, Madam Clerk?
We'll redo that vote so she can vote in conflict.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
One more time. With a thumb from Councillor Powers. I'll spare you from holding it up forever. You can also, there's also a little icon thumb that you can put on the screen if you so choose.
And that carries 14-0, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. On the capital as a whole, any comments? Okay, if I might turn the chair over to Councillor Jackson just for a brief moment. The capital budget, always a significant effort to make sure that we're looking after our infrastructure going forward, and I think this is always balanced by the demand for obviously maintaining a tax rate that's reasonable, but at the end of the day, we either invest in our infrastructure sooner or soon, or we pay significantly more later. And so I think this is a completely reasonable capital budget that sets out the capital budget requirements for the next 10 years and certainly over the next few years. And I'm very, very grateful for the work that Mike Sigarik and their entire team do to establish this capital budget year in, year out. The work on the next year's capital budget starts the day after we approve this year's capital budget. So it's a long and protracted process, but an absolutely necessary one, because it really speaks to how we're going to continue to look after our future already built infrastructure in our community. I'm very pleased that we've added in the 0.5% additional capital for infrastructure. And again, to explain to folks in the community, this is going directly to roads, facilities that need to be maintained and repaired, sidewalks, sewers, all the work that really speaks to how we keep our city whole. And we are woefully behind in that overall funding envelope, and we certainly maintain that we need our federal and provincial partners to continue to help support all municipalities across the country in terms of the infrastructure work that we need to do. You know, we can roll back to decades ago when there was an awful lot of downloading done from the federal government to the provincial government to the municipal government. And yet we are still to this day struggling with a shortfall of funding from our federal and provincial partners that has changed dramatically on a percentage basis over the years to probably the lowest level it's ever been, save and except the last couple of years where we've had significant resources flow to municipalities to help us through the pandemic issues. And we should all be very, very, very grateful for the help and assistance that they've provided municipalities as well as individuals in our community. Were it not for that effort, we would be in very dire financial straits. Our economy would be in shambles. They've done a terrific job of keeping us whole. But there is still a long-standing issue around the federal and provincial participation in infrastructure work in Hamilton, but right across the country. And I think that needs to be restored at some point. But having said that, municipalities, we're doing our part to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure investments, and that needs to continue. So, Mr. Chair, I thank you for giving us the time to thank our good staff for the great work of putting this effort together and getting it done so that we can focus our attention now on the operating budget. The coming months, I think, is always a good goal and certainly an important one to achieve. And once again, credit to this council for standing behind the need to ensure that future infrastructure needs are not ignored. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll take the chair back.
Mr. Mayor, nicely summarized, and nice applause to our staff as well. Chair, back to you.
Great, thank you. I see no further speakers identified. So on the capital budget as a whole, all in favor? Councillor Powers, I'll take your thumb. There it is. Councillor Powers, thumbs up.
Councillor Marula, your thumbs up. And that carries 15-0.
Thank you. To the Board of Health report, Councillor Wilson, can I have a motion to put the report on the floor, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that the report be put on the floor. Thank you.
Excellent. Great motion. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Nan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me recommend, given the current circumstances around COVID, it's in the information section, so I'm going to ask that we lift, I think it's item 8 in the information section, which is a COVID update. If I can get a seconder for that, then I will ask, thank you, numbers of seconders, Councillor Partridge, thank you. So if we can move that ahead and lift that item, then I can ask Dr. Elizabeth to address that item in terms of current updates, and there will be, or Dr. Tran, or there will be additional updates coming forward. So on that motion to lift item 8 out of the information section, all in favor? And
We'll put that vote up, Mr. Mayor. It's just a bit slow today. There we
no,
go.
I understand. I'm kind of doing it on the fly. We have a thumbs up from Councillor Powers, I'm sure.
That carries 15-0.
Thank you very much. And on that item then, Associate Medical Officer of Health, if you would give us a verbal update as to where we are today, given the Omicron variant and what we might expect in terms of changes in the coming days and weeks.
Good morning, members of City Council. I'm pleased to be here for Dr. Richardson, as she is right now involved in meetings with our health system partners to finalize plans so we can expand booster dose vaccination capacity as soon as possible here in the city of Hamilton. As you know, and it's very timely, we are in a situation of significant concern as we are seeing a very rapid transition to Omicron being the dominant strain. Currently, in terms of caseloads, case counts, Hamilton is, as of this morning, sitting at 66 cases per 100,000 per population per week, which is more than double where we were about 2 weeks ago on November 30th. We are back to having now 20, as of this morning, 28 outbreaks at this time. At least three are linked to suspect Omicron cases, two related to social gatherings, and one linked to St. Patrick's School. Although for now, hospitalizations currently remain low, we also know that hospitalizations is really a lagging indicator when it comes to COVID and including Omicron. So we are locally as well as provincially continuing to monitor the impact of Omicron on hospitalizations. And as you may have heard from Dr. Kieran Moore, our Provincial Chief Medical Officer of Health, yesterday at his briefing, Omicron is spreading quickly. And that includes even among those to 4 to 8 other people. What this means is really the road ahead of us is going to be very challenging, particularly with the uncertainty that we don't quite know how severe the disease is from Omicron might be. And even if it is less severe, it is much more transmissible than Delta. And because of this rapid spread, it is going to put significant pressure on our healthcare system. So we need to respond, and we're going to respond in the ways that we know work. So this is going to be a combination of public health measures and vaccines. We need to protect all of us, and particularly those at most risk of severe disease and death. And also to protect our healthcare system, because regardless of Omicron or COVID cases, we'll need to preserve the healthcare system for us, for other healthcare needs as well, emergent and urgent issues over the coming weeks and months. We do know that public health measures work. They have worked here in Hamilton, and we will make them work again. These include things such as properly wearing a well-fitted mask, hand hygiene, staying home VRL, and more importantly, more recently, limiting the number of contacts we have. And those of us who have more medical risk conditions, who are elderly, immunocompromised, we really are asking them to limit contacts even further and to not attend social gatherings. For the rest of us, we still need to further reduce our contacts, certainly being mindful of our own personal health situation, limit social gatherings, and follow other public health measures. So in terms of the things we are thinking of doing additionally locally here in Hamilton from a public health measures perspective, we have already asked the school boards to take additional measures over the past few days. That includes reintroducing validation of active screening, canceling any social events, and keeping kids within their cohorts even at recess. We still do know that schools are still the safest place for kids, and we still believe that schools do need to be the last things to close. On the other public health measures front, I should let you know that we are actively discussing with the Office of the Chief Medical Officer of Health, increasing restrictions locally, and you can expect to hear more specifics once we get some feedback and direction from the province over the coming days of what we are looking at locally in terms of restrictions, given our own situation of increasing numbers. On the vaccination front, this is going to take a citywide approach. Our city EOC, working alongside our health system partners, working very hard around the clock right now to open more spaces up for vaccination for the boosters as well. And I know that we talk about our own booking system, but I do want to have a reminder that pharmacies in our community are also ramping up, and they are running their own systems for booking. So to not only look in terms of the city's booking, but also the pharmacies as well. So the reason for looking at quickly ramping up our boosters is that we are seeing emerging evidence that while vaccine is reducing the likelihood of severe outcomes, this impact is reduced somewhat with the Omicron and the 2 doses, and we do feel that booster doses can improve this protection. So it is an important call out for any of us who are eligible for boosters to get it in as soon as you are eligible. And locally, the city EOC is working together to get the necessary city staff, as long as along with our health system partners, to find additional staff in order to really expand capacity over the coming days. And I'm going to turn it out over to Jeanette Smith, who can provide a further update from a city EOC perspective.
Thank you. City Manager?
Good morning, members of council, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the Emergency Operations Center has been meeting daily this week to look at how we can redeploy staff again to enable public health to provide practically double the capacity in terms of vaccination, so we can get the 3rd doses in and ensure that the 5 to 11-year-olds get vaccine as timely as possible. We are looking to move staff who were participating before, because they can get into the task quickly as they helped with the earlier vaccination efforts. If we feel this might continue for a while, so we're also ramping up some hiring so that we can augment our existing staff with some outside staff and minimize service disruptions as little as possible. What I can say is that staff are going through and looking at where those staff will need to come from and what services will need to be impacted in the short term. We are looking at making those impacts in areas from a risk-based perspective. So if there's services where there's increased risks or there's measures coming to limit, we'll impact those services first. And as we have more details, as we finalize that planning, we will be communicating that to council and to the public at large. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, difficult time to be hearing that message just ahead of Christmas, but it is a reality. And I know that Dr. Tran, I don't know if you mentioned the duplication rate for Omicron, which is quite significant, but there's virtually an expected doubling of cases over the coming days and weeks, which actually lends itself to a pretty high number as we go forward. Hopefully that isn't the case, but that's been the experience in other locations. Dr. Tran?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can formally comment on that. The science has their current estimate for the doubling time for an Omicron cases is 3 days. So that is rapid. I mean, we were talking about several weeks as doubling time for Delta. We are talking about 3 days here for Omicron, which is why we need to act quite urgently, given how rapid this can spread.
Okay, thank you. Speakers on that, Councillor Partridge, and then Councillor Clark, and Councillor Jackson, put yourself on there. Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'm really pleased to see this brought forward, because I certainly have a couple of questions on that. And Dr. Tran, thank you for your update. My first question is, especially for the rural areas, is there any consideration being given to having a clinic at the local high schools or any of the schools?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I can't comment on the specific strategies in terms of specific locations. I think we are certainly mindful that to really ramp up booster doses, we are actively exploring additional clinic sites, as well as but so that's why Dr. Richardson is here right now. She's looking at working with different health system partners for not only Health and Human Resources, but also with our support of our EOC to see, are there any additional site locations we can have. And again, I also want to reiterate that, not to be forgotten, as I understand, pharmacies are also, expected to ramp up their distribution, and we're also, seeing to what extent primary care either support us in our clinics or support vaccinating in their practices. So it's going to come, in the coming days. As a complete package, and Dr. Richardson will update the Board of Health on the specifics of where we are at in terms of ramping up capacity.
So I appreciate that answer, Mr. Mayor. I know at this evening, the library board will be discussing, I believe a request has already come in for some staff to be seconded to the sites and assist with this. So we'll be discussing it this evening. So in terms of the boosters, and I appreciate the mention of the local pharmacies, but I got to tell you, I have been trying several times a day for the last 3 days. I can't get through to the pharmacies. I finally went into Shoppers yesterday, and it was really unfortunate because there were some very frustrated customers, berating some of the pharmacy staff because they couldn't get through their sites. They couldn't book. The pharmacy said it's public health. We can't really do anything about it. So there's quite a bit of frustration out there. I haven't been able to get through the city site. I just continue to get a loop on the answering, and then it finally just disconnects on me. So where are the booster shots going to be available, or where are they available right now? Because even when I went in on the city site to try and book at one of the locations, it said there were no appointments available. And, it's just, people are very frustrated. We're getting a lot of emails and calls at our office. And I just wondering, could you please answer? I know I had a couple of questions in there, but anyway, I'd appreciate just some answers around, are the boosters available at every clinic that we have right now? I understand there's meetings and looking at coordinating where they're going to be. But, right now, how does someone get a booster shot?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I completely understand the frustration out there, especially as Omicron has set in, and the demand and the need for boosters, has exploded recently, and that's why I think we are all working around the clock to as fast as we can locally to expand capacities. That includes not only from a clinic perspective, additional clinics, whether we're hours. I know the hospitals have been asked to, reopen, clinics as well. Pharmacies are being asked. We are working towards, addressing each of the pressure points, whether that's clinic times, health, human resources, ensuring delivery of vaccines to the sites that are able to be to provide it, looking at other solutions in terms of our booking and hotline to address some of the wait times. So it is going to be, I appreciate it has been very frustrating in the last couple of days, and we hope that this level of frustration will continue to be addressed as we are all urgently working at all the different pressure points.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. But I'll try asking the question again. I appreciate your answer. What I'm really asking is, will the boosters be available at all the sites, or are some sites only going to have the 1 and 2 shots, and the boosters are only available at certain other sites? That's where I'm getting a bit of confusion, because when I did go in on the city site to book, it wouldn't let me pick. It only had 1 or 2 options, and then I couldn't get any further on it. So where are the boosters going to be available, and is it in every site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't comment on whether it'll be at 100% of all the sites. I mean, some sites might need to be dedicated towards other special populations for, pediatric specific sites. But the intention is, dramatically increasing the capacity for boosters. So I think we will continue to update our website in terms of where you can find it, and I would expect that appointments and site availability will increase significantly over the coming days. And I see Jeanette has her hand. I think she would like to comment on that.
Jeanette, can you help with this, please?
Through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, to members of council. I am Jeanette, city manager. Councillor, I hear your frustration, and I think the challenge right now is we just don't have firm answers. So what we're doing is we are going through what resources do we need from both a clinical and a non-clinical side to double our capacity to do vaccinations. And Dr. Richardson is with the healthcare partners to see what resources they can provide. We're looking at what we can provide from our own city staff. And as you mentioned, the library, who's helped us immensely in the past with the clinics. The challenge is once we can determine how many resources we free up, it's then determining how to best deploy them so we can, for lack of a better term, pump as many people through to get needles in arms. And sometimes when we spread ourselves too thin, it actually takes more resources to do registration, to staff the areas post-vaccination. So all those factors about with the ultimate goal of maximizing capacity is going into our decision making. And as soon as we have that firmed up, we will be communicating that to all members of council as well as the public at large. So it really is, we're just not in a position to answer that right now. My understanding is access to pharmacies is through the provincial portal. And then the city sites are on our own Virgo, which I will say I've used it. I find it much simpler than the provincial portal. But as has happened all along the pandemic, whenever there is an opening up of eligibility, we get swamped. And so I do believe all our existing spots are booked, and that is by, as early as this weekend, we want to be able to ramp up and have more spots opened up and people can book. So you will be getting more information.
All right, thank you. And that's time for you, Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If you need more time, I can get back to you. Councillor Clark is up next. Let me just if I might, I did phone a pharmacy or a family member phoned pharmacy directly without going through a booking process and got appointments, virtually right away. So I would put that on the list of things that folks could do. I guess it matters which pharmacy you might pick or how busy they might be, but we were fortunate, I guess, but it did occur that way for us. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess what I'm hearing is that the Omicron variant is more virulent than the past couple of variations of the COVID-19 virus. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
To Dr. Tran, yes, more transmissible, Dr. Tran?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when I use the term virulent, I generally associate with severity. So I wouldn't say that Omicron is more virulent, because to me that implies more severe in terms of hospitalizations, being more sick if you happen to get it. But it is certainly much more transmissible and easier to spread than Delta, which was a significant increase in transmissivity compared to the wild type, but much more easily spread.
So more transmissible, and the vaccines that we've received, we're doing the booster because we're finding that the Omicron is the vaccinations are not as effective on the Omicron virus. So we're pushing for the new booster. Is that the logic?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It appears that the vaccination effectiveness is reduced uh, in terms of protection against Omicron compared to Delta, and hence the the need for the boosters to provide that additional protection, particularly towards the more severe outcome complications, not necessarily towards getting infected, but certainly there's a significant enough of a drop in terms of having 2 doses only from Delta to Omicron. So as you remember, even with Delta, before Delta, 1 dose seemed to provide good protection. With Delta, we felt that 1 dose didn't work as well, and 2 doses, you needed 2 doses, and with Omicron, we feel that 2 doses, there's a significant drop off that, we are working towards 3 doses, particularly for the the illness part and hospitalization rates.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you. And I think I heard Dr. Tran say earlier in his presentation, he's advising that we wear well-fitted masks. Is that because of how easily transmissible this variant is now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what we need to do, yes, I mean, it's always been the case to wear masks when properly fitted. As we are reminded with Omicron, as it is more transmissible, we need to do what we're supposed to do more consistently and more rigorous than we have more recently. I know that over the last several months, as things were going well with Delta, people maybe weren't wearing, we're seeing more people, maybe not physically distance as much, maybe not always wearing their mask as diligently or as properly fitted as they were before, and this is more a reminder that these measures do work, that we need to re-emphasize and recommit to doing it probably closer to how we were doing it when months ago or a year ago, before we had the vaccination.
Thank you. Those are all my questions on COVID-19, Mr. Mayor, but I do have a question that's a part of the main Board of Health report. So if you could come back to me after you've concluded with COVID-19, I'd appreciate that, sir.
Will do. Once we're done with this issue, we'll come back to the overall report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just to let the clerk know, I kept trying to click the microphone and said the item's not open for discussion. So I'll just leave that with Clerk Holland. Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Tran and City Manager Smith, thank you for the updates. Obviously, some dire warnings on the horizon. Hope they don't come to fruition. So can I just, to the City Manager and to Dr. Tran, I've had a number of constituents. I want to follow in the line of Councillor Partridge's questioning on our portal and resources. And I'm going to be as respectful as I can be, Mr. Mayor, but I need to convey a firm message on behalf of a number of frustrated taxpayers. So rewind the tape. 9 months ago, vaccines first came out, Mr. Mayor, as we all know, in March. We all got caught off guard. Never thought that first Monday morning when we opened our portal for registration to get vaccines, we never thought the magnitude, the degree, the volume of calls that would be coming in. People that tried for 20 hours every day, and we finally put greater resources. Wonderful. We got through it, and community overall satisfied. Fast forward now to the other day. And I just don't understand, and I need a sincere, genuine answer, an explanation from City Manager Smith or Dr. Tran. On behalf of my constituents that are frustrated, who have just sent me texts and emails again, saying how they've been trying, Tom, 12, 14, 16 hours, still can't get through. I get the drugstore thing, but taxpayers look to their municipal government, this portal. If we're not in the business of the portal, then let's just tell people, go to your drugstore. Why were we caught off guard with not having the resources right from the get-go this week? Sincere question, Mr. Mayor, through you to either the City Manager and or Dr. Tran, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can start and let the city manager respond further. I think what's challenging, because the original plan when we set this up, and things have rapidly changed in the last week or so, is that the original direction plan messaging was built on Delta, and the idea of rolling out the boosters were to be over a several month period. I think what has changed is that with Omicron happening and the messaging and the concern has changed, is that the uptake and demand of the boosters and the expectations of the boosters, you know, rapidly escalated before we could fully address the capacity need. But I mean, again, I certainly understand especially at this time with the new concern of the frustration that the citizens have.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. Anything further from the EOC, City Manager Smith? And again, all asked respectfully, just expressing enormous frustration that twice in 9 months we just seem to stumble out of the gate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of council, I totally respect the frustration. I hear it regularly as well through people. I'm going to go back and talk to the EOC about whether we can redeploy additional staff to assist. I do think it is, like Council Tran said, we kind of got back into a bit more business as usual and kind of a slow and steady. And we've had to switch gears and really ramp it up quickly. And so it is taking time to decide which services we can shut down and bring more staff over, because there is a finite number of resources available. And it takes a bit of time to shut things down and communicate that and move staff over. So we're in the process of working that through, and I will talk to the OC about how we can assist with both the portal and the call center.
Mr. Mayor, that's all for my constituents listening in. City Manager Smith, thank you. Dr. Tran, thank you. I know the emergence of Omicron is just something none of us wanted to believe was happening. I think a week or 2 weeks ago, Dr. Moore for the province even said, folks, I'm paraphrasing, don't panic, right? Like, let's just see where it's going. So I get it, but you've raised my comfort level with the aspect of redeployment so that people aren't just waiting days on end to get their booster. I get the drugstores available, but we also advertise our portal. Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me have those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Tran. I just want to begin my remarks by acknowledging the absolute exhaustion that our most, if not all, of our healthcare providers are feeling at this time. And it must be both deflating and frustrating. And I also understand the balance. I think the words were, we want to pump as many people through to get the jab in the arms on this one, given how quickly it's able to carry itself. Having said that, through the mayor to Dr. Tran, if I could just leave a comment with you. You said that Dr. Richardson will be reporting in the future. And I know there's not a lot of time for introspection on this, but if we could have in that report an assessment of how our first efforts are going to inform this race against time, our low vaccination, below provincial average, low vaccination rates in Hamilton that coincide with some of our code red neighborhoods, how that reality and what we learned from that first round, how that is going to inform our race against time on this one. I would hope and appreciate that Dr. Richardson in her report will be able to offer some insight into that. If I could just leave that with you, Dr. Tran. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I really have more of a comment than a question, but but I would like to pick up on what Councillor Partridge started with, which is the rural area. And I understand and appreciate the work that staff are having to put in to try and sort this out in a short length of time. And I personally, I want to thank them for that, because I can't imagine trying to do this with everything else that's going on, but I'm appreciative of it. But I do want to draw their attention to a couple of things. So I'm going to speak about my rural area, which is in Ward 13. So basically between Highway 6 and Highway 8 and Cambridge and Puslinch and West Hamilton. In my rural area, there are no pharmacies. There are no pharmacies. So that's not an option if you want to do something reasonably close to home. And I mean 45 minutes from City Hall, downtown. And there's no public transportation in my rural ward. None. And of course, these people have cars and they transport themselves all over the place. What I am trying to bring to your attention is that there are some opportunities in the rural area for clinics that they can get to, albeit they do have to drive. And I'm not complaining about that. I'm just trying to point out that the rural area is in many ways very different from our urban area in access to clinics. Even putting a clinic at Harry Howell in Waterdown is a half-hour plus drive for many people in the rural area, not just my ward, but in Councillor Partridge's ward and in Councillor Ferguson's ward. And so what I want to say is that I am happy to work with staff to try and find a couple of locations within my ward where, if they have the staff, they could run clinics or have one particular location where people could go to that is more central to more people. And I know that you are trying to come up with firmer answers, and I know that you are trying to double the capacity. So I just wanted to put this out so that while you're considering what you're doing, that you might be able to work with the rural councillors, not just myself, Councillor Partridge and Councillor Ferguson, but all the rural councillors who may be in a similar position to us. So I don't have a question, as I said. I just needed to make sure that that voice was heard, because those people in the rural areas are complaining about not being able to find a spot at a clinic. And as I said, they don't have, in my ward, they don't have a pharmacy to run to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls?
Thank you, Mayor. I just like to ask a question to Dr. Tran about the booster shots. Since we know that this variant, Omicron, is more transmittable, do people with health risk, do they need to wait 6 months? I actually live with my mother-in-law. She's 94 years old, and she actually asked the question because I heard a doctor say on I think it's CP24 said that they might there's no harm for 3 months or do people still have to wait 6 months for the booster shots? That's all I'm asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Tran?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is the current provincial direction we have. I think the province is actively looking at booster eligibility and time frame to see whether or not that needs to be adjusted. And the 6 months is the province is actually using a 4 weeks per month perspective, so it's actually only 168 days. But as I understand, the province is actually looking at booster eligibility and whether or not any adjustments need to be made given Omicron. But at this time, it is still 6 months.
It is still 6 months because some of the questions like even my mother-in-law asked, would it affect her if she had it before her 6 months? Would the booster have a reaction to her body if she had it before 6 months? And I know those answers, so, but I guess we'll follow the provincial rules, and it is 6 months right now, right? Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Tran and Jeanette, for all the information today. I know this cannot be, this is not an easy task to start all over again. But my question is simple, Dr. Tran. I did try to book a vaccination at my local pharmacy yesterday, and they are out of supply now until probably Friday morning. So my question is, how are we doing as far as supply coming in to meet the demand that's increasing exponentially?
Thank you. Dr. Tran?
You, Mr. Mayor, yes, we need to ensure appropriate supply. We're ordering vaccines. We have certainly enough for our clinics. We are ordering supplies to match the increased capacity we were expecting to. And we are working with the province and as well as any local pharmacies if we are hearing there are supply chain issues there to see if we can support. Because right now, as the pharmacies access supply directly from the province, we've certainly flagged that to the province that we need to ensure that the pharmacies have quick and rapid access to it. So it is certainly on our radar. But if you or others are hearing anything about supply issues of pharmacies, please let me or one of my staff know.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you for that information.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, second time.
Mr. Mayor, my question would be about the Maine Board of Health report. Do
Okay.
you want me to do that now, or thank you?
No, I'll come back to you. I just want to finish this item, and I would ask Councillor Jackson to take the chair for a moment and just first of all compliment our staff. You know, this has been and continues to be an arduous journey, and there is some significant exhaustion in the certainly the healthcare sector and in public health, and we are now back to requiring seconding city staff from other places to help augment the very important work of this new emerging Omicron variant. And certainly that's not where anyone wants to be, but the reality is it's where we are. And as as bookings have gone in the past, the moment the emergency hits, everyone charges into the booking process, and it in many respects is a capacity issue, not a manpower issue in terms of how that it gets managed. So let me just put a pitch in for everyone being somewhat patient. Again, everyone's going to get the shot they need. The supply is not an issue, although supply to the pharmacy done directly to the province. Overall supply for vaccines and vaccinations on the federal side going to communities is not an issue, and everyone will get what they need. And I anticipate that the province is going to drop the age of booster eligibility probably in the next week or so. That will create additional pressure on the vaccination process, but we are ramping up in all of our clinics and all of our spaces as much as humanly possible. Sadly, one of the more challenging vaccination rates is in the rural community, which is a surprise to me. And I think whatever we can do, councillors and otherwise, to encourage folks in our rural communities to take on the vaccination, I think would be helpful. And I know that we continue to have mobile clinics and others that reach out into those areas to give people that level of accessibility for vaccines. And so that's an important issue, and that's one that has been a bit of a surprise, quite frankly, in the overall vaccination rates, that they're one of the lowest rates is actually in some of the rural communities in Flamborough. So whatever we can do to encourage folks in those areas to get vaccinated would be very, very helpful. And again, boosters are available. They're going to be available. They're not disappearing. Everyone's going to get what they need, and just to call for a little bit of patience on everybody's part as we ramp up very quickly to a whole new level of vaccination process that that certainly no one was anticipating, but now we're having to face and will face, and that we will manage and get on top of, you know, by end of week, quite frankly. So I want to thank all of our staff. I know EOC is meeting, you know, daily, maybe even hourly. I know Dr. Elizabeth is meeting daily, if not hourly, with the science table in the province of Ontario, as well as the province. And we are going to have to, again, start to learn to pivot on, as we have had to do in the past, to respond to the changing environment as we see it coming at us on a day-to-day basis. And so full thanks and appreciation to all of our public healthcare staff that are, you know, there's a book to be written here in terms of what they've had to do to be able to provide not only the vaccine, but the contract tracing and all the work that's necessary to keep people safe. And unfortunately, that is now a higher need, and we are going to bring the appropriate people into those places to make sure that we can get that done, which will also mean, just to give you a heads up, that there may be some change in services as we second people from other parts of our organization to do this work, that some change in services will need to be accommodated to be able to afford those people the opportunity to work with our public health to do this clear and present danger that we're facing now, to be able to manage that in an effective way. So just to put you on notice that in the coming days and week, we will anticipate hearing from our public, or from our staff, some facility changes or some service changes that will have to take place to be able to accommodate the seconding of people to this important work. So thank you all for your patience. I know it's frustrating and it's challenging, and I think you all know that the heavy work is being done. You know, sometimes never fast enough, but we're doing it as quickly as we can to make sure that we are doing everything we can to keep people safe in our community, and again, an overriding concern for our healthcare system. So as this disease doubles, it is likely going to cause that additional pressure on our healthcare system, and that is going to then also affect what other medical health issues that they are not able to provide as a result. So all of those issues are going to come to bear, especially if this thing accelerates as fast as it is expected to. Beyond that, hopefully it's still a Merry Christmas and still an opportunity for us to come together in some manner or another. And we shall overcome this as we have past challenges. So thank you for all your cooperation to make that happen. And when you do have a moment, do a shout out to our public health staff and all the great public health and healthcare officials that are working double time out there to keep people safe. It has been an unbelievable stress on them, as it's been stressful on all of us, but even more so for those that are at the front lines doing all of this work. So if you have an opportunity, please share your appreciation, because they certainly need a boost at this point. Thank you for all that. I'm going to turn the chair back to myself, Councillor Jackson.
Cheers back to you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Since this item has been lifted, I think we need to receive this item as well as an update. So a motion to receive, moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. All in favor of receiving electronically, and a thumbs up from Councillor Powers, I can expect, electronically or otherwise. Thank you. I like the throbbing thumb. That works. And given the support for that, Madam Clerk, I see it's still circling the drain here.
Councillor Ferguson, we're waiting for yours to come in.
I'll give you a thumbs up. The vote didn't come up for me.
Thank
Okay.
you. And
Thank you.
Councillor Farr, we're waiting for yours to come through as well. Councillor Nan and Councillor Partridge are not there.
I'll give a thumbs up now and reboot. Mine's
Thank you,
not
Councillor.
working in eScribe. Thanks.
And that carries 13-0.
All right, thank you. The Board of Health report, Councillor Clark.
Mayor, I just have a question for our staff. I understand that the public health inspections of consumption and treatment service sites, the province is requiring that they not be random, that there has to be prior notification to the facility. Does our staff know the rationale for that requirement from the province?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to get back on that. It might be the specific nature of the services that a consumption and treatment services has to offer, but I can get back to you offline.
That would be great. Mr. Mayor, it's been my experience that inspections across different ministries, if they're not made random, then the folks that are being inspected end up, just through human nature, sir, playing to the test, as opposed to ensuring that their policies and procedures are matching and complying with the province. So I'd appreciate a report back from our staff on it, so that I could understand it better in terms of why the province would not have this as a mandatory random inspection of these facilities. I don't think we need a motion for that, Mr. Mayor, but if we could get an information report back, then we can address it at a later date. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So that's a commitment that was made by Dr. Tran, and we'll anticipate that coming forward at the appropriate time. Any other questions on the Board of Health report? Seeing none, it was moved by Councillor Jackson, second by Councillor Pauls, or Councillor Wilson, second by Councillor Nan. All in favor electronically? And thumbs up vote from Councillor Powers. Anyone else need to do a thumbs up? Councillor Jackson, or Ferguson, I should say. Thank you. Thumbs up. Everyone else was able.
That
Thank you.
carries 14-0, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're going to turn to the Public Works Committee report. Councillor Vanderbeek, can I have a motion to put it on the floor, please? Can't quite hear you just yet if you're speaking. We don't have your audio.
I was speaking, and I was speaking very eloquently, sir.
Probably the best things you've said on council to date.
More, absolutely, more than likely. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Nan, that Public Works Committee Report 21-018, being the meeting held on Monday, December 6, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Right,
Thank
thank
you, sir.
you. Thank you very much. Any items in the Public Works Committee report folks to raise? I saw Councillor Pearson's hand go up, Councillor Jackson. So Councillor Pearson, you're first, and then Councillor Jackson.
Mayor, the only thing I want to raise, just a reminder, because I see further down in the bylaws it hasn't been corrected, but we no longer refer to gypsy moth as gypsy moth. It's now Lymantria dispar. I just want to be sure for the record, because I think we need to get this out to the public so they know. I just wanted to put that out publicly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 1, appointment of committee chair and vice chair going into 2022. Well, I've got nothing against Councillor Nan becoming the new chair. I've got nothing against Councillor Powers becoming the vice chair, but I want to give a salute and a thank you and an applause to Councillor Vanderbeek, who chaired us through 2021. When you think about it, Mr. Mayor, of our close to 7,500 full-time, part-time, casual employees, I think about a third of them fall under the realm of the Public Works Department. And under Councillor Vanderbeek's leadership and purview, we dealt with matters involving HSR, parks, forestry, environment, waste, roads, water department, and traffic, amongst many, many others. A very, very difficult, challenging year, all under the pandemic umbrella again. I just want to salute her and say how proud I was as a committee member to work under her leadership. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I'll share that salute as well. Much appreciated for all the chairs that are actually vacating this year and the new chairs coming in. So it's an added level of responsibility that everyone takes seriously and certainly puts their heart and soul into it. So I appreciate the effort. I have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 4, I'm trying to understand. I had a conversation with some of our staff with regards to reconciling investments that were made by some of these larger companies when they were putting in their large parking lot and put in a large stormwater management pond or dry pond or whatever was required. So will this report back share with us the possible ways of reconciling that investment? Because the challenge that I've had in the past is that millions of dollars have been spent on these facilities, and then to start charging a stormwater rate for those same companies seems a little bit challenging.
Thank you. So this is the Stormwater Gap Evaluation Report, just
Correct.
for the information of those that are listening. And I see Mr. Winters up and at him, so. Is it,
For you, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
yep, can hear you fine, thank you.
Excellent. So Nick Winters, Acting Director for Hamilton Water. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clark, the requested report for 2022 is going to look at a recommendation for the financing strategy for the stormwater program out of the 3 alternatives that were identified in the report that went to Public Works Committee on December 6th. And those are using the existing water and wastewater rate structure to adequately fund the stormwater program as well, to look at the potential for a dedicated stormwater rate, or to look at financing more of the stormwater program through the tax-supported budget. That analysis will include the benefits and drawbacks for each of those scenarios along with that recommendation. And we can certainly include a discussion of a potential stormwater rate, or include in the discussion of a potential stormwater rate the impacts on industrial, commercial, and institutional, and even larger residential developments that have private stormwater infrastructure constructed as part of that development. Happy to include that.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank Mr. Winters. I look forward to seeing that report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pauls?
And thank you again, Mayor. This is item 9, the addition to Armstrong Park. It's on 460 Concession Street. And this play structure is on the Board of Education space. And it has reached its life expectancy, and we're going to upgrade it. But I just wanted to say thanks to Trustee Dawn Danko. She has been fabulous working with me on this. And even one of my residents, Michelle Noble, who's on student council at that school, we got together and we looked at it, and sure enough, it does need upgrading. And you know, with COVID, everybody likes open spaces. Everybody loves going out to the park and bring their kids. So this is very important. But lastly, I really want to thank our staff. Kara Bunn, she's amazing. This is the honest truth. Every time I call her, she picks up the phone. I've never had her voicemail, so she must work day and night. So I want to say thank you to Kara, especially for doing the requirement agreement with the Board of Education to make this happen. And best of all, we're going to have the students at that school have some input how this play structure is going to be put there. So I want to thank you again, and I thank you for all your support. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So that's item 9. So on the balance of the report, members of council, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
I'm sorry,
Electronic
Mr. Mayor.
vote? Yep.
Councillor Danko has his hand up. I believe he wanted to declare a conflict for item 9.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry I didn't catch this earlier, but I will declare conflict on item 9, the playground for Armstrong Park. I have no pecuniary interest in this, obviously, but as my wife is the current chair of the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board and is the Ward 7 trustee, I'll declare a conflict just to avoid any perception of conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, and a fine chair of the school board as well. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on any aspect of the report? Not hearing any. So on item 9, we will have a separate vote on that now. And Councillor Dan indicate his abstention. And that'd be a sitting recorded vote in full support of the Armstrong Park redevelopment.
That is carried 14-0.
Thank you. And then on the balance of the report, all in favor electronically. And Councillor Powers, I'm not sure if you're voting or if you're thumbing up still. Trying to catch it. There he is, thumbs up. Anyone else need to do a thumbs up? Very good, thank you.
Councillor Johnson, were you able to select your vote? That carries 15-0.
Great, thank you very much. Planning Committee 21019, December the 7th. Councillor Danko, a motion to put it on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by First Vice Chair Councillor Johnson, that the Planning Committee Report 21-019, being the meeting held on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Comment on the PD report, Councillor Pearson, I see, and then Councillor Johnson as well. Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly thank you, committee members. I'm referring to item 8 on the PED report. That's the application by, for the lands at 1290 South Service Road and 5 and 23 Vince Massaway, Stony Creek. I want to thank my committee members for the unanimous support, and also the developers and the neighborhood. This has been, actually, it was a quick turnaround process, and thanking staff for moving this along quickly. But this was a development where it was originally intended to have a 28-story tower in the midst of this development just west of Costco. And the applicant arranged for a neighborhood meeting, increased the circulation area, because it's an odd configuration when this development's on the south side of the highway, and most of the people that will be affected are on the north side. So we did have 2 neighborhood meetings. The first one was with the 28-story tower. Certainly, as you can imagine, very large outcry of not supporting this, and the developer did go back to the table. Did come back with a proposal that was supported unanimously at committee, and I want to thank everyone for that, and for staff in getting this moving along and being able to be finalized by the end of this year. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to declare another conflict. I did declare conflict on item number 7, but I missed item number 13 in this planning agenda, which also deals with 313 Stone Church Road East. And it's the same conflict by virtue of my son's business interest with Mr. Mancha, the principal of the applicant's consultant. There exists a pecuniary interest, which the Members' Code of Conduct and common law requires me to declare. I therefore recuse myself from participating. So if you don't mind, sir, giving me a separate vote on item 13 and item number 7 at the appropriate time, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, let me ask, does anyone have any other issues with item 7 or items 13 at this point? Not seeing any, so let's get those. Councillor Pauls, you have an issue with either one of those? You do?
Yeah, yes, I would like to, Item 7, I would like to have a separate vote, please, because I spoke in communication about it, yes.
Right, okay, so that's where we're heading, so let's get that out of the way. Now it's fresh in our minds. So on item 7, a separate vote, if you could please put up, Madam Clerk, and then we'll do the same for item 13 and get those conflicts out of the way. And if there are any others that come up, we'll deal with them as well. And Councillor Powers, thumbs up if you're still there.
Is this one for 7? Excuse me, I'm
Item
not.
7.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll get to item 13 as soon as this one's done.
And that matter carries 13-1.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. And item 13 now. If you'll put that vote up. And both Councillors Clark and Pauls can indicate their conflict. Councillor Johnson on item 13.
No, sir, I had my hand up earlier to speak, please.
Okay, I'll get to you. Councillor Powers, I did see your thumbs up.
Councillor Pauls, we're waiting for your vote on 13, please. That carries 14-0.
With 2 abstentions then?
Sorry, Councillor Pauls, was it your intent to abstain on 13?
Can't hear you yet, Councillor Paul.
What was 13? I'm just looking at it now. It's 7 that I was concerned about.
Okay, we voted on 7.
Yes, so I did that.
Did you vote on 7?
Yes, I did.
And did you abstain?
13 is, and I voted on 13 as
Okay,
well.
which one do you have a conflict with?
I don't have a conflict on 13, I don't think. I'm
Sorry,
still-
I may have misunderstood. I thought you had a conflict with 7 because you voted against it. So I just wanted to verify.
I voted against 7, but 13 I'm fine. And I voted
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
was just mistaken. I thought you were in conflict. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm not clear now.
So we're all good.
You indicated a conflict, but you've now,
She wanted to vote against 7.
okay, all right.
I
That's
never
all.
declare a conflict on planning, so. All right, thank you.
We're all good.
All right, and we will march along. Councillor, so that was the issue you wanted to raise when you are on the speakers list? Okay, thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is regarding item 11 for the Hamilton Psychiatric Lands request to rescind the minister's zoning order. Just want to bring council's attention to this. This is direction that was passed unanimously at Planning Committee, and I really hope that we can send a strong unified message as a council today. I'd like to thank our planning and economic development staff who've been working on this file, as well as Mayor Eisenberger, yourself, for working closely with me on this file as well. As council is aware, in August 2020, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing issued a minister's zoning order on the former Hamilton Psychiatric Hospital lands, which are in Ward 8. The city previously worked with residents and stakeholders to develop a very comprehensive plan for this site, which was identified as an important commercial and institutional employment hub. It's at a future A-Line rapid transit stop. And it was very important to maintain public access to the Niagara Escarpment, along with the adaptive reuse of Century Manor, which is on the site. Unfortunately, the minister's zoning order ignores all of the city's planning and goodwill from local residents and stakeholders, and the minister's zoning order is not needed. The province has stated that the MZO was necessary to allow for development of a long-term care facility. That's not accurate. The I3 institutional zoning that is already in place would allow for a long-term care facility and would be something that, of course, our council would support. The province stated that the MZO was necessary to cut red tape and allow for development to proceed in a timely manner. Again, this is not entirely accurate. The MZO has already been in place for nearly a year and a half without any development. And in that time, we could have worked with the province toward whatever zoning changes that they wanted for that site and, work through the normal municipal rezoning process. Recognizing that some of our city and provincial priorities might have changed since 2017 with the no boundary expansion, I think we can, as a council, recognize that there may be a desire for residential development on that site, which wasn't considered as part of the 2017 plan. But again, if that was the goal of the province, we could have worked together towards that end goal through the normal zoning process, as any other property owner would have done. I think it's also important to highlight for council that the minister's zoning order that's on this site doesn't just unilaterally change the zoning permissions. It also allows the province to proceed with development that doesn't even conform to the provincial policy statement. And it also gives the province complete control over site planning. So local issues that we would normally delegate to our staff to deal with, including stormwater management, traffic and parking, landscaping design, garbage collection, these kind of fundamental core city services, issues that directly impact our communities and our local stakeholders and are our financial responsibility in the end, will be decided by a bureaucrat or a consultant sitting behind a desk in Toronto. The minister has publicly stated that every MZO on non-provincial land has been at the request of local municipality and that they are in the driver's seat. This is from a tweet from March 11th. Stratford was no longer proceeding with the development, and the minister has issued a notice to revoke that development. So it's not without precedent that a MZO has been revoked. In an interview in 2021 with TVO, the minister stated that the focus here doesn't necessarily reside with the ministry. It resides with local council, the local council chamber. And he goes on to say, it doesn't give me unfettered access to a planning tool. It gives municipalities the same powers that they have today. And finally, council, in the recent Auditor General's money for value for money report that was recently released, the Auditor General went through in considerable detail what they call the broad and frequent use of ministers' zoning orders to undermine the land use planning process. And the Auditor General has a number of recommendations in order to formally say how minister zoning orders are applied, how they're evaluated. And the minister and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has formally responded to the Auditor General's requests and formally recognized the value of local planning and the authority of municipal councils when it comes to local planning decisions and upholding the processes and due diligence that are in place. So just to wrap up, once this is passed through this resolution today, we as a council are saying to Minister Clark that the minister's zoning order on the former psychiatric hospital lands was not requested by this municipality. It's not needed. It's not wanted. Therefore, we as a council are formally requesting that it be rescinded. And if the province is not willing or able to rescind the minister's zoning order, at the very least, we're requesting that the province commit to meaningful consultation with our community and our important local stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well said. Couldn't agree more, and be happy to support that and advocate that position to our Premier and Minister and MPPs. So we'll be happy to do that. And I think with the full support of this council, I think it's the right step to take. Councillor Johnson, on another item?
Actually, sir, it's on our chair of the planning committee. Anyone who has been on the planning committee will know that it is not an easy job to do. You sometimes will get a room full of people that are very angry about the proposal in front of you. And being the chair, whether it's cyberly or it's in person, has to be able to keep everyone focused on the applications at hand and in it with using the planning eye. So Councillor Danko has done an exceptional job being the chair of this planning committee, but also just looking after his own applications within his own ward, as you've just heard a few minutes ago. So I just want to congratulate Councillor Danko on a job very well done, and I hope I can fill his shoes next year. Thanks.
All right, and yes, couldn't agree more. And thank you all the chairs for your great work throughout the year, and onwards and upwards next year. On the balance of the planning committee report as presented and amended, all in favor? Vote is up. Councillor Powers' thumb is up. Anyone else need to up a thumb? All good. Thank you.
And the report carries 15-0.
Thank you very much. And we're at 5.5, which is the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report. Councillor Ferguson, a motion to put the report on the floor.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that the Audit Finance Administration Committee Report 21-022, being the meeting held on Thursday, December the 9th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. And I understand, Councillor Ferguson, you have an amendment to item 13.
I do, Mr. Mayor, and it's a housekeeping amendment, and it's very lengthy. I'll wait for your discussion. Would you like me to read the whole thing out, or do you think just referencing it as being a housekeeping?
Yeah, I mean, I think members of council have it before them.
So I would like to move the amendment then, Mr. Mayor, and I think Councillor Partridge would like to second it because it's in her ward.
Thank you. And just can you do an overview of the intent?
Yeah, there's a charitable facility. Maybe Councillor Partridge, because she could probably do it better than I can. But we're looking to waive the interest and the interest charges and penalties on a development that was surprised by a reassessment, and they are a non-for-profit social group, and they would like these fees waived. So I'll let Councillor Partridge pick up on it because I think she can explain it a lot better than I can.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I do appreciate the AFNA committee supporting this original motion when it came through. It's for the Waterdown Youth Center. And the Waterdown Youth Center is located on a piece of property that was formerly residential. And the land was donated to the charity in order for them to build their youth center, which they did do. And they received no support from any level of government. It is 100% donor and volunteer supported. They run a number of programs. And at the time when I spoke to this at committee, I said that they served around 80 youth every week lunch. Well, I was corrected when they informed me that it was actually between 60 and 80 youth every day. They are the only youth center available in the town, and they deliver all the services, guitar lessons, other music lessons, cooking classes, and it is mostly high school students, who are kind of below the radar that attend this building every day. And so when they finished building their building, they were shocked when the reassessment was done by MPAC and they received their tax bill. And again, as I said, it's completely supported by the community, by donors, and by volunteers. They have 2 fundraisers a year. So really what the motion is doing, the amended motion that Councillor Ferguson is bringing forward, which I really appreciate, was reviewed by legal after the fact, after the AFNA meeting. And what they want to do is just add in the line that requires or clarifies that the taxes due, they're going to be spread out over 5 years. They will be paid back, and that they are due on the actual tax due date. And it's my understanding that is the only amendment that's going in. We are not waiving the taxes. The committee had supported just waiving the interest and the fees attached to it, which was, I think it amounted to about $7,500, somewhere in that neighborhood. So $58,000, which has accumulated, will be repaid back, and it will be paid back on the due dates. So that's an overview. I hope that reflects what the housekeeping amendment is. If Madam Clerk wants to correct me or add anything to it, and Brian McMullen is I believe, or Mike Zagarrett is on the call if there's any questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Great, thank you.
I think Councillor Partridge explained it very well, so there's no need for me to add anything further.
Okay, thank you. We have questions for Councillor Nan. Go ahead.
Thank you. Not on this item, but on item number 3, the Hamilton Future Fund audit.
Okay, let me just check on item 13, that everyone's okay with item 13. Any other questions on it? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you. Councilor Nam, go ahead.
Thank you. So firstly, I wanted to say thank you to Auditor Brown and the team for preparing this report. I especially appreciate it as a Hamilton Future Fund board member. There are some incredibly important recommendations in the report that, as stated in the documents, not only will help us achieve better governance and transparency and administration of the fund, but I think fundamentally and ultimately have significant impact on the outcomes in terms of the investments that are allocated by the fund. I had a couple of questions. One is, what can we expect as being part of the process of implementing the recommendations? And I apologize because the report that's before council right now doesn't have the details. I'd have to go into the AFNA committee report documents, but if I could just get a quick overview on that, and how will the Hamilton Future Fund board be informed of the results of this audit, and will they be participating in any of the implementation of recommendations? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who from staff is here? Charles Brown, our auditor, is here. Go ahead, Charles.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer the last question, we'll be sharing the audit report with the board. We couldn't share it until it was ratified, but now that it's being ratified, we'll be able to share that report with the board. As to the findings and more specifically as to the action plans, we will be in receipt of specific action plans in 6 months. That's the deadline. And what I would propose to do is to share that with AFNA, because we didn't get specific action plans. We got one overview response. And part of the reason is that we have disparate areas of the city that are fulfilling the different functions. As you know, one of the major conclusions of the audit was there's no secretariat or no fund administrator. And what you had were different functions doing different parts of the support that a fund administrator might have to do. So that made it a more lengthy process to go through in terms of getting a response. Thankfully, we were able to get that response, and thanks to Mike Zagaric and his team for providing it. But to be fair, we decided to extend the amount of time for more specific response to 6 months. And what I would propose is that we bring that back to AFNA in 6 months after we receive it.
Thank you. Through you, Auditor Brown, the recommendations, so then I got it straight, the action plan will come to AFNA. No, my apologies. Once this report is ratified by council, it will go to the board. And then from 6 months from now, an action plan will come to AFNA for deliberation.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. And through you, Mayor, how much remains in the allocation, the funds that are unallocated? I know that when we started the fund back, when you all started the fund back in 2002, we were at significant investment opportunities, right? 100 million in one fund, and I think 30 something million in the second fund. Where are we at currently in terms of that which remains unallocated that this review process might help impact?
So through the chair, where we're at, we're due for to be fully replenished up to about 100 million, I believe. When all the internal loans are paid back right now, I think it's under 40 million in Fund A and 1.8 million in Fund B. But it will be replenished somewhere around, if memory serves, 2028. Hopefully Mike Zagaric will correct me if I'm not right about that, but it will be almost fully replenished back to 100 million by 2028. That's assuming all of the repayments come as they are due, which is a fairly trivial risk given that these are internal loans. So There's not much risk to them. So assuming the repayment of those, it should be back up to 100 million. Now the 1.8 million in Fund B, it's a bit uncertain as to what will happen. As you know, that started at 37 million. And so part of what we're saying in our report is there needs to be a financial strategy for that. Is Fund B going to continue? Is it going to be fully depleted and not regenerated? Those are questions that ultimately have to be answered.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to go back to the kind of the foundations of that, the 100 million was deemed to be a replenishable fund that was going to remain and stay and be borrowed against or as needed. The 37 million was to be utilized, not necessarily replenished. So I guess you're talking about, sorry, you're talking about the balance of the 1.8 and how that's to be utilized as opposed to anything repayable.
That through the chair, that's correct. The 1.8, is it to be replenished? Because that's a major source of community grants. So I think strategically, what we're recommending that a strategy be developed with consultation of the community. Does the city want to continue to provide community grants as they were doing with Fund B? So that would obviously require replenishment or some deliberations in that regard.
Yep, that's great. Thank you. Any other questions on the balance of the report? We do have to go back to item 13 with the amendment that Councillor Ferguson put forward, seconded by Councillor Partridge. So if we could deal with that now and put that vote up. If there are questions, I'll look for your vote. And Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Thank you. Any other manual votes? All is in.
Councillor Pauls, we're just waiting for yours to come in. Councillor Nan, we have yours.
I didn't receive the
And
vote,
I don't
so-
see Councillor Danko at this moment.
Okay.
That carried.
Great, thank you. That was the balance of the report, or item 13? I just lost track here. That was item 13.
Sorry, that was Councillor Ferguson's amendment to the
Right.
motion.
Now, on the balance of the report as put forward by Councillor Ferguson and seconded, all in favor? Vote is up. Some will be coming up, I'm sure, from Councillor Powers. I'm just waiting for it.
Councillor Danko is not there.
Beautiful. Thumbs up.
And the report as amended carries 13-0.
Thank you. And we're going to turn to the Emergency Services Committee report. Councillor Nan, a motion to put it on the floor, please.
Certainly moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Jackson that the Emergency Community Services Committee Report 21-013, being the meeting that was held on Thursday, December 9th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. It's indicated that there is a requirement for a separate vote on item 5 due to conflict. And I'm not sure whose conflict it was, but we can deal with item 5 right now. Are there any questions on item 5? Comments? Item 5 is the adaptation and transformation of services for people experiencing homelessness update.
I believe I have an interest in that, and so does Councillor Vanderbeek.
Right. So you're all able to identify that interest now as you vote on this separate item. So on item 5, all in favor, we'll put up the vote.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I did want to, if I could, make a couple of comments on this one
Okay,
before we go to the vote.
Good. I asked about that, so go ahead.
Thank you. I indicated, but anyway, yay. First off, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge our housing services staff for all the ways that they've been showing up throughout this pandemic over 20 plus months now, responding to their emergency phase of ramping up the number of beds and spaces for shelter and responding to the increased need of those who are experiencing homelessness and those who've been living encamped. Doing so, they've been doing it in a way that has demonstrated a deepening compassion and also a responsiveness to the unique needs, and sometimes with deep criticism, specifically of those who have been overrepresented in terms of residents who face homelessness, and specifically women, non-binary, trans, Indigenous, and racialized residents. And when those critiques come forward, what I've been observing our housing services staff do is, always pivot back to the framework by which they've been operating, and recognizing the gaps in our historic investment and and the gaps within the shelter system, for example, in terms of the number of beds that are available compared to the number of women who are experiencing homelessness. The kind of responsiveness as we've been seeing the disproportionate impact of homelessness as it relates to relates to Indigenous, urban Indigenous population here in Hamilton, but also our racialized residents, who are disproportionately a higher number of people who have been living encamped and or unhoused over the last several months of this pandemic. It's been also especially difficult for our staff to experience and hear the backlash in the community. And I got to say, standing right there with them in several of those meetings virtually, against, the backlash against those who are unhoused, a strong desire by residents who want to see an end to encampments, like many Hamiltonians do, want to see an end to homelessness in our city. But it's been difficult while that opposition comes with opposing temporary shelter solutions that actually are part of the solution of getting us there. So it's in this kind of place of conflict that I believe our housing services staff have been leading with purpose. They've been leading with much compassion, and it's been a big feat. And I just wanted to take the time this council meeting to acknowledge the undertaking of our housing services staff. I wish the team was double in size. I wish our housing services, our housing outreach was double in size in terms of the number of workers in order for us to be able to even respond to the growing number of folks who are experiencing homelessness or on the verge of getting there. And I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to them, and also thank you to the not-for-profit social housing providers who've been true champions facing this housing and health crisis, all the folks on the ground who've been providing community support, and those that are informal organizations and those who are formal groups as well. It's embedded inside this report in terms of how we are adapting from an emergency framework, and at the same time also coupling the need for the permanent housing solution. So fully in support of the recommendations that are in this report. As it relates to one of the recommendations, speaking specifically to the anti-rent evictions bylaw regime, I think that it's an essential step when we think about the spectrum of solutions that are required for this municipality to continue our work to address the affordable housing and dignified housing crisis that we're facing in the city. We've had this conversation multiple times as a committee and council. When we look at the statistics coming out of Toronto, for example, over 30% of those who are homeless have become homeless because they've been experiencing rent evictions. And so it is essential for us to continue our deep work here. And I think the recommendations that are embedded in this report enable us to bring forward the best possible solutions. And I look forward to that work coming forward in the new year. So again, thanks to staff, and fully in support of the recommendations before us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to stay with item 5 for the moment. So those that are speaking to item 5, I have, I think, Councillor Clark. I also have listed as speakers Councillors Pauls, Wilson, and Clark. Clark, actually, I think you were on first. So Councillor Clark, go ahead. And others, I assume, are speaking on item 5 as well? No? Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank our staff for coming up with a comprehensive response to the crisis that we now find ourselves in. When I do the math, it's 150 beds that we are adding to the mix, but we're also starting to identify the ways and means to actually fix this issue on the long term. So I know that staff have been, from some people, some residents who are incredibly passionate, have been a little bit more personal in cutting in their commentary about our staff, but our staff truly do care about the well-being of the residents who find themselves unhoused, and they are doing everything they can to assist in providing services. So I want to thank them for that, and I want to thank all of the agencies who are working with us and trying to find innovative ways to provide assistance to the folks who are most vulnerable right now in our community. That would be the homeless. So I just thank staff for their dedication. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else on item 5? If I could, Councillor Jackson, ask you to take the chair for a moment.
The floor is yours, Your Worship.
Thank you. And just to reiterate what's just been said, you know, we have a lot of service providers in our community that are providing shelter and housing in our community that are working, you know, day and night to try and accommodate people in all of their settings. And they've certainly been the brunt of some criticism and abuse, I think, unfortunately and unfairly so, as well as has our staff been, in fact, and they have done nothing but to make their best efforts to try to accommodate everyone to the best degree possible. And you know what, we all strive for perfection, but very few of us are able to get there, and certainly our staff are doing the same under very, very trying, difficult circumstances, especially given those that are looking to create a different dialogue around some of these issues. So I just want to compliment our staff. I want to compliment the service providers. I want to compliment all those that are operating shelters in our community that have to deal with the day-to-day challenges that brings with all the folks that go through that space, and all those that are providing, you know, affordable housing space as well. And you know what, let me add to the Social Navigator program that the police are functioning through and assisting in, our municipal law enforcement, all of our public health housing advocates that, you know, day in and day out are working to provide accommodations for people in our community. And that work happens daily. There's an army of people working in this space to try and accommodate the people that are living either rough or living underhoused in our community. And so to hear the appreciation rather than the criticism once in a while, I think is going to be very important to ensure that they know that that we are confident that they're doing everything they can to do the good work in our community. So I just want to share that sentiment as well, and I hope and trust that that's the sentiment of all members of council, and that we you know, take the time to share those thoughts for all of those out there that are on the front lines on these very, very challenging issues day in and day out. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your giving me the time. I'll take the chair back. Any other speakers on item 5, and we will take a separate vote on item 5, and then we'll go to the next item. It will allow anyone that has a conflict to indicate their conflict. So now's the time. And vote is those that approve or those that abstain. And I hear an indication of a separate vote being required or requested for item 9. But I'll turn to the speakers list and we'll see where we end up.
And that's approved 10-3.
Okay, thank you. So I have list now, Councillors Pauls and Wilson. On which item, Councillor Pauls?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, item 13, it's a good news. 2021 Ministry of Long-Term Care funding for Macassa and Wentworth Lodge. They are to provide care and service 7 days a week with a cost of $1.5 million. And I just want to see if the capable director, Holly Odiardi, is here to elaborate how this funding is going to be used. And I want to tell you, she called me the day she knew, all excited, and I had a meeting with her, and we celebrated together. So Holly, if you're there, can you elaborate on this?
So is this item 13 in the information section?
No, Paul? It's, yes, emergency. Is that where I thought that's where we were at, right there. Yep.
I'll look for the right item. In any event,
It's 13,
yes,
yes.
okay, I see you. Thank you. And go ahead.
Through the mayor, Holly O'Doherty, Senior Administrator, Long-Term Care for Macassa and Wentworth Lodges, through to Councillor Pauls. Yes, we were very excited to receive this provincial funding that started November of 2021 and is supposed to continue as base funding through to 2025. There's two different pots of money. One is specifically for RNs, RPNs, and PSWs. And the second pot of money is for those that are considered allied health services, such as occupational therapists, physiotherapists, dietitians, recreationists, etc. So we're working to see how we can use this particular funding to enhance service levels for our residents in both of our homes.
Thank you, Holly. You do such a great job. And of course, more hands-on care is very needed, especially in the light of what's happened in the last couple of years. And you're so capable, and I always love talking to you, and you keeping me informed. So thank you, and have a nice Christmas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Holly, for that information. Much appreciated. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if Councillor Jackson wanted to speak to the same item.
Councillor Jackson, was it on this item?
I have 3 items. This was one of them, Mr. Mayor. My microphone is showing red hot, so I apologize that you're not seeing it.
I don't see you on the chat on the list, so that's what I'm working from.
Oh, I clicked the microphone to get on the speakers list.
Yeah, sorry, that's not what I'm using. I'm using the recorded speakers list that the staff are putting together. So are you on this item?
That's one of the 3 items, if I could please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, let's have you on this item then, now that we're on it. So go ahead, and I'll ask Councillor Wilson just to hang on then.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Much appreciated for recognizing my wish to speak. So following with Councillor Pauls, I just want to say, Mr. Mayor, we have our difficulties from time to time with senior levels of government, with policies, with not coming through for planning matters, funding, whatever the case might be, Mr. Mayor. But on this one, $1.5 million for sustainable annual operating increased base funding for our 2 wonderful municipally owned homes, Macassa and Wentworth Lodges. The equivalent or thereof of 39 more staff between the homes permanently that will be hired, Mr. Mayor. 0 cost on our net levy. I need to give huge thanks and kudos to our local government MPP, Donna Skelly, for coming through for us on this one. I know she's had a passion and advocacy, hearing City Council, hearing from Councillor Pauls and myself directly with virtual meetings of months ago, that the 2 lodges are incredibly important. I also want to thank the Premier Ford and the new Minister of Long-Term Care, Rod Phillips, and Minister of Health, Christine Elliott. I think it was a team effort, and obviously money is flowing across the province for long-term care. As you know, Mr. Mayor, my worry was, as the pandemic was moving along and possibly reaching an end site, my worry all along was senior levels of government, especially the provincial government with the 2 ministries of health and long-term care, would suddenly possibly forget about all the horror stories we've heard, primarily, not exclusively, in the private sector with LTCs and retirement homes. But we're very proud of both the operating dollars we municipally from our levy put in every year to Macassa and Wentworth. We're proud of capital improvements we put in to ensure standard of care and the facility itself is up to modern standards. But this is an important announcement that I can't stress enough as well. Sustainable, 1.5 million a year, and more to come. As Senior Administrator Holly O'Doherty said, discussions continue next spring. Sustainable annual operating increase base funding of $1.5 million. Again, to the Senior Administrator O'Doherty, Administrator Karen Elcroft at Wentworth, and to Council, Mr. Mayor, We kept the foot on the pedal. Our fruits of our labor is being borne for the frail elderly residents that call our 2 municipally owned homes their home. And let's hope now the capital funding, starting with the D wing for Macassa, will be announced shortly in the future. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go back to Councillor Wilson, and I'll ask to have Councillor Jackson put back on the list. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm asking support from my colleagues to defer item 12 in the ESC committee report until after the consideration of a notice of motion that I have respecting an amendment to City of Hamilton policy respecting the appointment of citizens to the city's agencies, boards, commissions, advisory, volunteer committees, and subcommittees. And I do have that motion ready. Thank you to clerks for having it ready. If I could read it now, but I'll look to you procedurally how do I do that.
If I could ask you to hold on that, because I do have another item 9, and did we vote on item 5?
Mr. Chair, yes, sorry, Andrea's just stepped away. We voted on 5. We still need to vote on 9 separately, and then procedurally, Councillor Wilson could do her motion.
Okay, so let me kind of keep some order on that process. So we'll come back to you on that one.
Of course.
I did hear a separate vote request on item 9. If we could deal with that at the moment and just ask if there's any speakers to item 9. There was a separate vote requested as a result of conflict, as I understand it. So anyone speaking to item 9, Councillor Jackson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My apologies again, Mr. Mayor, for having to waive. I'm sorry. Anyways, item 9, I need for clerks, please, to follow this carefully because for the public consumption, Seniors Advisory Committee that Councillor Nan and I are appointed to, they've done a lot of homework on this matter, Mr. Mayor. They've had virtual meetings. Police have been in to delegate. And this is to read for public consumption. Citizen Committee report respecting proposed resolution regarding Hamilton Police Service Board and the police services failure to provide adequate, effective police services in long-term care homes in the city of Hamilton. And the recommendation, and this is where I believe something was left off at the end, that the Seniors Advisory Committee, Citizens Committee report respecting this item for the Police Service Board and Police Services be received. But what's missing is, and we discussed at ECS, which was approved, and be referred to the Police Service Board and Hamilton Police Services. So if Mr. Mayor, unless clerks tells me otherwise, it's somehow implied or embedded in this resolution, I need to amend that to ensure that the Seniors Advisory Committee knows not just receive for our records, but it is being referred to Hamilton Police Services and the Police Service Board. So can I get that procedurally confirmed one way or the other, please, Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
I would say that you need to add that as an item B, so we'll make it an A and B. So item A is to be received, and item B is to be referred to the Police Services Board for their review. And
all right, I will do that if I can get a seconder, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dan, the chair.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, just to further on this item, which will be deliberated at hopefully at the police board down the road. The SAC committee, a couple of the members who are personally and intimately involved on this matter, they did a lot of homework and they showed something like 119 deaths that occurred across all LTCs in the city of Hamilton, I believe during primarily the 2 years of the pandemic, and roughly about a third of them were investigated by police services. There is probably a good explanation why the other 2/3 were not investigated. There's provincial regulations, legislation, whatever the case might be. But I just think it's important that the Seniors Advisory Committee hears some further discussion at the police level and possibly as well coming to City Council if needed in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for hearing me out. Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the item 9. So that's moved and seconded by Councillors Jackson and Nan. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Not seeing any. Let's get the amendment on the floor then to vote. Then we can approve item 9 on a separate vote. And we'll give clerk some time to get that up. And to
The
recall
vote
that
should
vote.
be up now.
I think my tiger cat yelling voice is catching up to me. The vote is there. All in favor? Any
I
opposed?
don't see the
Thumbs up
vote.
from Councilor Powers, I'm assuming, although I should never assume.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't see Councillor Powers' thumbs up.
I didn't either.
Oh,
and there it is.
fantastic.
It's certainly showing on the screen, so.
It's a
Sorry, sorry about that. I'm looking in a few different places. So that carries 13-0.
Thank you. And on item then as amended, any comments on item 9 as amended? Not seeing any. All in favor? Any opposed or any abstaining?
Should be coming up now.
Thank you. Council Powers, I think, did a thumbs up. I'm going to ask you to do it again.
And that carries 13-0 as well.
Okay, thank you. And we'll turn to Councilor. You had a motion on item 12. Just for the benefit of all of us, if you could just reiterate that again, I'd appreciate it.
In advance of reading the formal motion, Mr. Mayor, is that what you're requesting
No,
of
I
me?
think you're putting an alternate. You're asking for a deferral, as I recall.
That's right. Yep.
Right.
That consideration of item 12 of Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 21-013, respecting LGBTQ Advisory Committee Citizen Committee Report, appointment of additional committee members be deferred until after the notices of motion. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on that? Not seeing any. Let's get a vote on that. All in favor of the deferral to later in the meeting?
My apologies. You'll see that the vote came up and now it is left. That was the wrong vote that was pulled. Now the defer consideration has come up.
Thank you. It's because you're so quick.
Sometimes. Councillor Farr.
Yes.
Just if you want to vote.
I did vote. I did hit. Maybe I
Okay.
didn't hit submit. I didn't hit submit. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Hard to pull
And
over.
that carries 14-0.
Thank you. We're going to turn to Councillor Clark on another matter. No? Okay. Councillor Jackson, you mentioned 3 items. I think we dealt with 2. What's the third?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1. This is a court. Hello?
We got you.
Oh,
yep.
This item number 1, appointment of chair and vice chair for 2022. Just like Public Works, Mr. Mayor, I've got nothing against Councillor Clark coming in as the new chair. I got nothing against Councillor Marula coming in as the vice chair. But I need to send a commendation and a huge thanks to Councillor Nan, who chaired us through the ECS year of 2021. And at times it seemed like tumultuous waters. And, under this portfolio, Mr. Mayor, we have some serious social issues that come before us, like housing, our 2 long-term care homes, many community services that the Department of Healthy and Safe Communities provides, fire department, huge, EMS, paramedics, huge, recreation, never to be forgotten. And during the year, of course, Mr. Mayor, we had a number of controversial matters that created some tension, hardship in the community, such as rent evictions, encampments, statues, marginalized communities, pleas on a number of matters. And I just want to sincerely say, of members of council around the table, I don't think we could have had a more passionate or compassionate chair and leader in Councillor Nan in getting us through this very challenging 2021. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just say something?
Yeah, Councillor Merrill, go ahead.
Just quickly, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Nan as well for her effective leadership as chair, and that's about it. Thanks.
I would do the same, and thank you for that service. And again, it's extra work, but certainly extra benefit goes to the community at large for your efforts. So thank you. I'm going to turn to, since we're not dealing with this report until later on, when we deal with item 12, I'm going to turn to the General Issues Committee report. 21027, Councillor Jackson, a motion to put it on the floor. And my intention is to deal with the universal sign for it's either fish or talk. Councillor Farr, is that head of this report?
We can talk fish. No, it's on this, but I didn't declare, and I wanted to quickly do that in advance of dealing with it later, which I supported. But the item 13 with a resident being my mom at one of our LTCs, I should recuse myself from the vote. And I apologize for not doing that sooner. My mic booched out on me, but I'll fill out the paperwork accordingly. I won't be voting on 13. I'll declare an interest. Thank you.
And I think we've already voted on 13. So we'll have to go back and redo that vote. And Councillor Pauls, you had your hand up as well on the same item?
No, I wanted to talk right after Councillor Jackson talked about the 2021 Ministry of Long-Term Care. I want to tell you that Councillor Jackson, even though he's not, it's not his ward anymore, he continues to be part of it, helping me, making sure our seniors are looked after. I remember when I first got in council, Councillor Jackson said, the only sad thing about it is that since the boundary change, the Macassa Lodge is not in my ward. And I just want to publicly say, thank you to Councillor Jackson. We met with Donna and Pete Donna Skelling together. And so I just want to publicly say, Councillor Jackson, you're awesome. And I appreciate your help with this, the lodge. But I want to say under item 10 and discussion item 1011, it still says it's Ward 6. So I don't mind you leaving it as Ward 6, but it should be 7. Thank you.
Okay, it is Christmas, so I'm seeing lots of harmony and lots of appreciation today. And you know what? God bless the milk of human kindness. This is a good trend. I'm loving it. So we need to go back to item 13 to allow Councillor Farr to indicate his conflict. So, Madam Clerk, if you could put item 13 of the ECS report back up, that would be appreciated. Or you can record Councillor Farr as opposed or abstaining.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we've moved on from ECS. We are now in GIC, so we can take that separate vote after we consider the rest report for ECS. Sorry, Councillor Farr shaking his head.
I hate to get technical on you, but I had not yet put that report, the GIC report, on the floor, so I hadn't asked for that.
Oh,
yet,
I'm sorry.
but I was about to. You're not wrong on that. So we're not out of ESC yet. So I think it's appropriate for us to go back to item 13 and clear that up, and then we'll deal with the balance of the report a little later on. So if you could put up item 13 as a separate vote, we can clear up Councillor Farr's conflict.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you don't need to put it up. It's the funding for the two lodges, 1.5 million, I think it was, annualized.
It's up, so.
Oh, I don't see it up. Sorry. Okay.
Oh,
The vote is up, not the actual motion. Thank you.
No, I'm not putting the motion up.
Thank you, everybody. I apologize. My mic just started working again.
Okay. We got to get these technical issues sorted out.
No, you won't hear Tom Jackson throwing any accolades my way this meeting.
Wow.
Yeah. Councillor Marula, we're just waiting for your vote to come through. Were you able to submit it?
My apologies. I was distracted. 1 second. There you go. Sorry.
We'll put you in the queue.
Thank you. That carries 14-0.
Councillor Whitehead, who's e-scratch apparently. So, we're on it. We're working on it. All right. Now we're going to go to the General Issues Committee report. Councillor Jackson, a motion to put that report on the floor, please.
Mr. Mayor, I do have it before me. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls, that the GIC report 21-027, being the meeting that was held duly on Wednesday, December the 8th and Friday, December 10th of this year, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you could take the chair for a moment, I did indicate that I was intending to lift an item from the information section, which happens to be item H1 of item 20, subsection D of the information section that relates to the Red Hill inquiry and a request for a communications staff person.
Floor is yours, Mr. Mayor.
If I can get a seconder for that to lift the item to put it on the floor, I'd appreciate it.
Seconded by Councillor Farr.
Thank you. And if I could speak to it briefly, I know we had some conversation around this at committee, and I actually originally recorded myself as opposed. Largely because I didn't think it was brought to the table in the appropriate way. Usually when we're talking about bringing in a staffing component, especially for something as significant as Red Hill, there needs to be some preparatory work here, some socializing of the idea, some deeper understanding of why it's important to have an identified communications person strictly for that purpose. And as you well know, the Red Hill judicial review is going to be a significant communications challenge. I also know that our communications people are stretched in many, many different ways right now, given all the things that are going on. And in as much as we do have great quality communications people, I do respect our Director of Communications, Mr. Grant, who indicated that it was his belief that he did not have the resources, the manpower to be able to effectively deal with the Red Hill judicial review issue, judicial inquiry issue, and was recommending that we added an additional FTE to do that. So I have come to understand the need, and much better. I've listened to Mr. Grant's proposal and pitch in terms of why it's necessary, the challenges that he's already facing as a result of the communications we were challenged with day in and day out. And so I am supportive, and I will, I will move that we approve the additional FTEs requesting for communications to be able to deal with that very important issue. And again, I think that would, even though I've lifted it, I think it requires a seconder to move it as a recommendation and prove it.
I have Councillor Farr, who's seconding all that.
So based on all of that, again, I'd reiterate, I was not pleased with the way that this was brought forward. I think I indicated that in an email that I shared with you previously. I recorded myself as opposed, not necessarily because I didn't believe what Mr. Grant was saying, but I didn't believe that this was being brought forward in the appropriate way. I think more understanding has been provided to, or at least the opportunity to understand better has been provided to all members of council, which in my mind should have happened beforehand, not after the fact. And so I stand supportive. I really do believe that that additional person is going to add value to our ability to share information with the broader community as we go through this complex, obviously controversial, but in my view, still necessary judicial inquiry process that, we can't unwind at this point. So, we can all say, well, if I had a second chance, I might not do it over again. Well, that may be true, but we are in it, whether we like it or not. And for those that supported it, as I did, I might second guess it, but I think we need to be able to put our best foot forward through this process. And that is not to suggest that we're going to put anything forward that isn't accurate or true, but obviously we need to have appropriate and fair and proactive communications throughout this process. So I remain supportive at this point, and I'm happy to move it. And thanks, Councillor Farr, for seconding this. And I'll look forward to any other representations that members of council would like to make. I see a speakers list. I'm assuming that it's on this matter. Councillor Jackson, if you...
I can't see the speakers list from my home laptop, unfortunately, Mr. Mayor. So if somebody can help me, please.
Yeah, you should hit the chat button on your feed, and you might be able to see it. But I will take the chair back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I have Councillors Pauls, Wilson, Clark, and Jackson. So Councillor Pauls.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm on the list there too. Thank you.
Well, if you
I'm actually not on the list. It must be the old list.
So since you are the seconder, and to be fair to all, if you might just hold on a second, Councillor Farr.
Yeah, I think the list is only Foreign Powers unless my chat needs to be updated as well as Councillor Jackson's. I'm happy to speak last if others want to speak, but I only see Foreign Powers there.
And you know what? My apologies if I'm, you know what? That's on me. I'm looking at the wrong list. Go ahead. Foreign Powers, Councillor Farr. My apologies.
Thanks, Mr. No worries at all.
Scroll.
Through you to Matthew, I would think it'd be a good opportunity to just sort of size up the good points he made, but there may be a few that were missed given the approach we took on Wednesday, and it might be prudent to just hear from our communications lead on this as to reinforce many of what you just said and maybe bring a couple other points to light, and perhaps, Matthew, even if you can focus on the necessity of a specialty that is going to be required for such a significant file on a temporary basis. So I'll pass the floor to him, and that's all I really add. I am supportive of it. I'm glad you dug into the agenda to bring it back to the floor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair to Councillor Farr, as I mentioned at last GIC, and I'm happy to reiterate here. I anticipate that the Red Hill Valley Parkway judicial inquiry will have a tremendous amount of media interest, not only from Hamilton, but beyond. I think it'll also have a significant amount of public interest. And when I gauge the current capacity of my team, which is 22 FTEs, half of which do communications, half of which do communications related support, I identified that we would not be able to have the significant person power to put this front and center on a regular basis. And I think the benefits of what I see here is I know our members of the press in town are going to be looking for timely information from us, timely information to their inquiries, as well as members of the public will have a number of inquiries about this process, which can be very complex, which is quite in depth, and will have a variety of factors that need to be considered and explained. And what I'm looking for is a person that is able and is an expert in being able to go through very complex information, be able to put it in a very, very simple format, and to provide both information online, proactively through media releases and press conferences and the like, to make sure that not only the purpose of the inquiry and what is happening is understood as is appropriate, but also to be able to anticipate some of the needs and information needs that are coming on the broader work of the municipality as it might be impacted or highlighted by this inquiry. And I know that members of council have really made clear to me their desire to be proactive, open, and transparent. And in order to meet that expectation of council, I think this is what's required.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you. I appreciate the summation.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillors Powers and Clark. Councillor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Grant, for the clarity. I guess the only additional question I have is that I believe this is contractually limited individual, so it's purpose sourced and contractually limited.
Thank you. Mr.
Grant. Through the chairs to Councillor Powers, yes. This would be a term position anticipated to be only 1 year, which would include review of documentation and other information in advance of the inquiry to make sure that we are able to provide timely and accurate information when it comes in. And I have, this is not a full-time position in terms of unlimited. It is term bound by 1 year.
Thank you. Councillor Powers.
Thank you for the clarity. I support the ask.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have it's more of a procedural question with regards to this issue. So this is a judicial investigation or judicial inquiry, which we asked for as a municipality. Items that are historically before the courts, we don't speak to. Given that this judicial investigation, the process is that we're going to get recommendations back from the judge in terms of how we can fix this system so that it doesn't happen again. I'm struggling to understand why we would be commenting at all about the judicial inquiry while it is underway given that we're in essence the subject to the inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Grant?
Through the chair to Councillor Clark, I anticipate that when the information is raised in the inquiry and in open and not necessarily in advance, we'll have questions that may be either unrelated or peripherally related to the inquiry. It is not our intention to get in the way of the inquiry or to raise information that hasn't been considered in that format, but to answer questions for clarity, which I anticipate a number of them.
And again, the challenge for me is that the judicial inquiry, it is a question and answer process where the witnesses answer questions, and then of course the other lawyers representing the city of Hamilton or any of the other parties to the hearing get their questions answered. Again, I'm struggling. We're not supposed to be commenting on matters that are before the courts. This is in fact before a judge. And the entire point of a judicial investigation is to get to the end where we will get the recommendations. So I'm trying to understand how we can actually be commenting on the middle on anything to do with the judicial investigation while it is underway.
Through the chair to Councillor Clark, I would anticipate that we would get a lot of questions and a number of questions on city business, city-related business, how we actually conduct things, what our policies are, what is the process by which, we engage in regular business. And I think those will be highlighted by the inquiry. I think we will absolutely be careful and judicious, not to step in front of things that will be considered by the inquiry, but I imagine and anticipate that there will be questions about how the city works and how processes here work, who's involved and the like. And I think we would be able to answer those questions, and we'd be, like I say, very judicious to make sure that we do not stray into areas that have yet to be considered or ongoing within the inquiry itself, as appropriate with guidance from our partners in the legal division. But I fully anticipate that related questions to city business and the work that we're doing here, which will want to be better understood with the questions raised, I would like to be able to both anticipate those questions that are coming and have a fulsome answer for those that are asking them.
Thank you. My objection still stands, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I was also one of those that voted against this. I don't believe in the inquiry. I believe we still should have gone to the other route of the Auditor General. But I do recognize that now that we're in this situation of an inquiry, there's going to be a lot of requests coming in, even if it is a no comment response. There's going to be a lot of requests coming in as a result of the process. So I've changed my mind. Thank you very much, Matthew, for meeting with me and explaining it to me. And I'm now supportive.
Great, thank you. Councillor Partridge, Jackson, and then Pearson. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, similar to Councillor Clark, this makes me really uncomfortable. Matthew, if the inquiries that come in are constantly of a nature that we can't comment on or provide information, and so, the response to the inquiries that come in is that no response. We're not able to respond at this time, blah, 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 blah. I mean, how is that going to put us, and I'm seriously asking this question because, as you know, my background, are we going to be then putting this employee in an uncomfortable position? And is it actually going to then look worse for council?
Thank you. Mr. Grant.
Through the chair to Councillor Partridge. Councillor, I think that there will be a number of questions that we can answer and some that we can't answer. And so, as those questions come in, this individual who I would see working very closely with not only our internal but external counsel to seek their guidance and advice on, the difference between those questions that would be considered a regular course of business for the city of Hamilton have been highlighted through the inquiry itself and the questions raised. I anticipate that we'd be able to answer a number of those questions. If there's ones that are germane to the inquiry itself and to how that proceeds, and to legal questions that have been raised and not yet answered, I would fully expect that with our partners in legal, that we would be able to make those judgments of what we can and can't answer. But I believe there'll be a mixture of those, Councillor.
Matthew, thank you for your response. I really appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, I just have one further question. You know, with regards to the one-year term, that then puts this council right after the next election period. And so it would be the next council that would be deliberating on whether to continue this position. And I'm just wondering if the year would be till this time next December. Would it be January? If you could just elaborate on that a little bit, because I'm just unclear on what our position is with regards to that.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Partridge, I would anticipate going out for recruitment in January, looking to put someone in place by February. I anticipate it being only a one-year position, and I don't plan on coming back. My hope is by that point, the extra work that we're doing with you know, pandemic communications, you know, COVID communications, vaccinations, return to work, all of the extra work that has you know, sort of stacked up during the pandemic, the extra requests that we're getting and the like. My hope and desire, and I think that of the community, would be that that burden would have eased by then, although I don't have a crystal ball and would defer to Councillor or to Dr. Richardson on that. But my hope is that we would be in a position where it wouldn't be required to be extended, and I have no intention on asking, Councillor.
Thank you, Matthew. And Mr. Mayor, that just raises another question. So perhaps I misunderstood, but is this person going to be dedicated to this particular project, or are they also going to be pulled into the COVID situation in communications? I'm unclear on that, sir.
Through the mayor to Councillor Partridge, my apologies if there was confusion there. That speaks to the capacity of my division in general, and why I wouldn't be able to move people around, because everybody is at capacity at the moment. This particular individual would be dedicated to the Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry, and that only. That is why, you know, we brought it forward and indicated that the funding would be coming from the same pool of funding that Legal Services was asking for, and that's why we brought it forward in the way we did. And I appreciate with the guidance and advice from the mayor the day after GIC that we could have done better at that. And you know, should this happen, something like this in the future, we will do better than that.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. And Mr. Mayor, I sincerely appreciate the responses, but I will not be able to support this request at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm just going to say for the public record, I've been incredibly impressed since Director Matthew Grant has arrived in our city, taken on a portfolio that I felt with senior leadership team of the past may have been wanting, and could have been to some degree with more specialization upgraded. And with his request coming forward, I think he has both the community and council and the corporation, the 3 C's best interests at heart. And I don't see him frivolously asking for this position if it wasn't warranted, especially in the area of this very contentious issue to helping from a communication standpoint. I was supportive at GIC last week, and I'll continue to be supportive today. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Matthew, for the clarification, and I think that's helped a lot to some of my colleagues. I did support this at committee. I will continue to support it. I think it's imperative. We all know the issues that are before us right now. There are a lot of them. They're very heated. There's a lot of angst out there as far as what we're doing as council, and I believe that we need a dedicated person that just deals with this one particular issue, so they have a handle on everything as it comes into that office. And I support the process. I appreciate that it's a contract position, hopefully only for a year, but it's imperative, Mr. Mayor, as clarification has been received, that we have this person on board. And I'm again supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am going to be supportive of this. I feel that Matthew Grant has a handle on his staff, and I feel that it is going to be imperative that we move forward in a open and transparent way, which is the whole reason that I voted for the judicial review, so that the public would see it as open and transparent as possible. And so I am going to be supporting this because I think that it behooves us to have someone who is well versed in exactly what's happening and knows what we can and can't share and does a good job of managing what we can share with our public. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I understand that I did move a motion to lift the item, but we.
Well, Mr. Mayor, can I say procedurally, why don't I take over at this time for your two motions, please?
Okay, go ahead.
How's that?
Sure.
Only
Yeah, go
right,
ahead.
because you're moving them. So how about if I take over as the chair for your two motions? City Clerk Collin, can you help me, please? The mayor and Councillor Farr are moving the two motions to lift it from the information, and secondly, to actually vote on the FTE. Can you help me, please?
You have it absolutely correct, Councillor.
Okay.
First, we are going
Thank
to
you.
do the motion to lift.
Thank you, City Clerk Collin. Move Mayor Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor to lift, please. Yay or nay? Vote, e-vote is before you. And please share the results, City Clerk Collin, when they're in.
And that carries 12-1.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Is there a question? I'm sorry. Before the
Sorry,
next
We're
Mr.
lifting.
My
Sorry.
apologies, but
Yes, go ahead.
my vote did not come up. It came up with a red screen. So I'm not sure if it came across that I voted because I didn't.
Let's check with City Clerk Collin.
Sorry.
You weren't in the room at the time, Councillor Pearson.
Okay, that's fine.
When we closed the vote, you weren't in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, move to approve the FTE as described by Director Grant, moved by Mayor Eisenberger, second again by Councillor Farr. All in favor? Any opposed, please? Motion before you. E-vote or physical thumbs will do.
So we've added that to item 20 of the agenda, of the report, subsection D.
Thank you, City Clerk Collin.
Councillor Danker, we're waiting for your vote to come through. We
It's
have
not-
that.
It's not coming
And that-
through mine. So thumbs up.
So that has, Councillor Pearson, we have you down as approved, and that carries 12-2.
12-2.
Yes.
Thank you, City Clerk Collin. Mr. Mayor, thank you. Back to you.
Okay, and so we've amended item 20, so I'm assuming, Madam Clerk, we have to vote on item 20 as amended.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So on that then, item 20 is amended. And just while I intend to finish GIC and then take the break. So I think we're closing in on the finish of GIC, I trust.
Mr. Mayor, we do have 3 additional separate votes that have been asked
Yes.
in GIC.
We're going to deal with them, yep. And while you're voting, so there's been a request for separate votes on items 18 and 26.
And we've also had a request for item 17. And item 20 as amended carries 13-1.
Great, thank you. So let's go of requests, proposal for the adequate adaptive reuse of Balfour House Shudo Estate, item 17. Separate vote requested. Anyone to speak to the issue? Not seeing anyone, thank you. So on that vote then, all in favor or opposed or abstaining?
Councillor Powers, your thumbs up,
Yep,
and that carries 12-2.
thank you. I do see a speakers list, Pearson and Van. Are we good on that speakers list? We can move on with the item 18. Okay. Item 18 is the 2022 tax supported user fees. I request separate vote on that. You could put that up on that fee on item. Councilor Jackson, go ahead.
Mayor, were the two other colleagues that you just named, were they ahead of me on this item?
Do not believe so, but they can confirm. I'm seeing shaking of heads. No, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is about the 2022 user fees. I just want to be, like I was last week, recorded as opposed. Mr. Mayor, we're still in a pandemic. I get the fact that the municipality only has a couple of areas of revenue sources. The general levy taxes, the property taxes, number one, and user fees. That's primarily our two areas of revenue generation, but we're still in the pandemic. This embodies a doubling up almost in many areas of user fees to make up for 2020 going in and 2021, now going into 2022. We froze a lot of them last year to help our citizens, especially in the area of recreational fees, accessing our facilities. I still think there's a lot of anxiety, hardship out there, stressfulness, pressures within households. And so, Mr. Mayor, I just think it's a wrong time to double up and increase our user fees going into 2022. So I'll stay as I did last week. I'll be recorded as opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no further speakers on this item, so separate vote's been asked for. Item 18, all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Councilor Powers? Slow crawling, some up or down.
That is carried 11-3.
Thumbs up for Councilor Powers, thank you. And a separate vote requested for item 26, which is the Red Hill Valley Parkway Inquiry Update. And if I recall correctly, there was an interest in having them separated. Is that still the issue? So go to the inquiry as a whole. All in favor then of item 26? Any opposed? Any abstaining?
Councillor Pauls, were you able to submit? She's a thumbs up. Councillor Partridge, were you able to submit? Okay, we've received yours. That carries 10-4.
Thank you. And that's the balance report. So on the balance of the report as moved and seconded, any other items that anyone wants to speak to? Just be sure I don't miss anything. All right, on the balance of the report as amended, all in favor? Vote is up. And members of
My
council.
apologies, sorry, Mayor, I haven't had a chance to vote. Did item 26 already go forward?
Yeah, we did vote on that.
My apologies, I voted incorrectly on that one. If I could please ask for a redo. My apologies, I got distracted with the text from my mother.
Okay, we'll have to do two votes then. So back on the balance of the report, so we can either record Councillor Nan as I'm
Opposed to
assuming
26.
opposed. Okay,
We'll have to cancel the vote right now. That is up. We'll go back and do 26 again,
Thank
and
you.
then we'll redo the balance of the report. No problem.
all right, this is for item 26.
Thank you.
As much as I'm opposed to the inquiry as well at this point, I'm going to be in favor of this recommendation.
Councillor Marula, were you able? Oh, we got it. As soon as we say someone's name, it always shows up. That carries 9-5.
Okay, thank you. And then to the balance of the GIC report then, all in favor? Opposed? And I will take a motion from a member of council to recess for.
That
Councilor
carries 14-0
Pearson,
for the balance
by
of the
Councilor-
report.
Thank you, Councilor Pearson, Councilor Partridge, a motion to recess. I'm gonna say back here at 1:30. I'm gonna be as generous as Councilor Jackson has been generous. I'll give you an extra 6 minutes.
Mhm.
And we'll see you back here at 1:30. All in favor, show of hands.
There's an electronic vote coming up, Mr. Mayor.
And Mr. Mayor, before we go, my grandson Vincent wishes everyone a
Oh,
very
there
Merry
it is.
Christmas. He's been able to join me here.
Our
And
cutest
he's been
guest,
thrilled at watching the screen.
most well-spoken guest here today. He's adorable. He's adorable.
Thank you. I think so too.
Councillor Pearson, I know you have your hands full with your grandson, so
Oh,
you'll
yes,
be
I
voting in
know.
favor?
Absolutely. I moved it.
Okay.
There we go.
And Mr. Mayor's a positive as well.
Got it.
That carries 14-0. What time are we returning, Mr. Mayor?
1:30.
1:30. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks all. See you shortly. What's the baby's name?
Vincent.
You know when we're live.
Thank you. And before we jump back into the agenda, I do want to recognize someone that is attending her last meeting as General Manager of Community Services as she heads off in retirement in the new year. Grace Mader.
Oh, wow.
And to also acknowledge, and you'll let me know when we go live because I want to make sure
Mr. Mayor, we just went live.
You just went live. Beautiful. Thank you. So let me acknowledge the great work of Grace Mader, but that is also being acknowledged through the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association as a Lifetime Achievement Award for Grace Mader, which will be given to her at their recognition event in 2022 Exchange Conference. And as they say, and I'll add some comments myself, throughout her years in public service, Grace Mader has been committed to collaborative approaches that enhance the lives of children and families in Hamilton. Grace's career included working in public health as human services. Through her leadership of the Best Start initiative, Hamilton created a community-based planning approach that was recognized as best practice provincially. Grace led investment strategies that saw innovative approaches such as service provider networks and mobile child development services. And under her leadership, Hamilton experienced modernization and expansion in childcare that dramatically reduced wait times for children needing financial assistance for childcare. Grace led the work on human services integration and community hubs for the City of Hamilton, and as well the creation of the Children and Youth Charter of Rights, which was recognized by the United Nations. So appropriately recognized for her lifetime achievement as part of the work in Hamilton, and has been an outstanding city employee for many, many decades, and also a former Woman of the Year, as well as someone that was set to retire, 6 months ago or so, and we pulled her back into service, thankfully, to help us through the transition when Mr. Johnson went off to Toronto, and we needed an interim general manager, and we could find no one better than Grace Mader to actually take that role. And unfortunately, she is determined to retire, which I can fully understand, but I still do not support. But I'm sure her husband is anxiously awaiting things that they can get onto in the next phase of their lives. But I just want to say publicly, thank you, Grace, for not only that service in the last 6 months, but for your entire career that has had such a monumental impact on children and families in our community. Your compassion, your understanding, your upbeat attitude and a constant smile certainly lifts me, and I think lifts everyone else on an ongoing basis. And we are going to miss you dearly and deeply when you move on to retirement. But we absolutely thank you for all of your great contributions to our corporation, to our city, and all of those people that are in it. So thank you so very much. And I certainly would encourage others to weigh in. But let me offer up an opportunity for Grace to say a few words on, in a public way, and probably the last opportunity to do so as acting general manager of community services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's incredibly kind of you, and completely caught me off guard. So I've been incredibly fortunate to work for this corporation for so many years, and had so many different opportunities along the way. And I've had the great privilege to work with, many of you around this table for a long time, and also have had some fabulous leadership that I've been able to look up to and learn a lot from along the way. But I've just been incredibly lucky and grateful. And in this last few months, it has, as you guys have indicated today, it's been a challenging time. It's been a great opportunity to really dig in and work with some new colleagues along the way, and to learn a lot of new things along the way as well. So, but thank you so much for your incredibly kind words, and I really, really appreciate that a lot. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
And I certainly hope there will be an opportunity to have a better and more fulsome personal celebration before you walk out of our corporate entity, but hopefully that can happen, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. But we'll find a way. We'll find a way. We have a couple of additional speakers as a result. Councillor Johnson, Nan, and Pearson. Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you. And I think this is probably one of the few times I can say to Councillor Jackson that I've known somebody longer than he has. Grace and I have known each other since at least I think 1980 when I was working at Family Services in their specialized preschool, and Grace was the contact through the region for subsidized spots. So Grace, from the frontline worker point of view to a counselor's point of view, you are aces, and you are going to be so hard to replace, and we'll never be able to replace you. Thank you so much for all your support, whether I was a preschool teacher, whether I was a parent counselor to now being a counselor for the city. Thank you again. Your input and your enthusiasm is just absolutely invaluable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Nan?
On the flip side, I'm probably the one around the table that has known Grace the least amount of years. And I got to say, it's been an absolute honor to work with you. From each portfolio you've been leading in this term of council, it's been super reassuring to be able to turn to you for your thoughts, to come to you with some analysis, to collaborate with you, to bring some really challenging issues to your table. And I apologize for that. But what I appreciate the most, Grace, is that your namesake in terms of how you approach your outstanding service. You bring so much grace to the table. You bring compassion. You bring excellence. And it's been an absolute honor to work with you here at the city. Congratulations on your retirement. Enjoy it. And look forward to staying in touch. Take care.
Thanks, Councillor.
Councillor Pearson.
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And Grace, I don't know how I can add more, but I can say that you have absolutely been a phenomenal person to work with. You're synonymous with your name, your grace and your calmness, your astuteness to issues, if I can put it that way, have certainly lent well for the city of Hamilton. I know that you will be more than thrilled to be able to spend time with your family, and I don't envy I envy you for that, but I certainly sincerely understand you will truly be missed by myself for sure, and I'm sure the colleagues around the table and many other staff, not only in the city of Hamilton but throughout the areas that have had the pleasure of working with you over the years. It's synonymous with you that in our time of need, when Mr. Johnson left for other realms, you stepped in without a second thought, and that speaks so well of exactly what you are and what you're about, Grace. And I know you will continue to carry those sentiments forward. And I'm sure that if somebody calls you from the city, you'll always lend an ear and some advice. I'm confident that you will always do that. And I truly wish you the very, very best with you and your family through the Christmas holidays and going forward. It's been an absolute pleasure, Grace. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I know we're doing this on the fly, and I know folks have some time constraints issues, and I know maybe everyone wants to weigh in. Councillor Jackson, I don't want to cut you off, but at the same time, I do want to deal with some time, and it's my fault for throwing it into the middle of this, which I intended to do earlier on. So I apologize for that. But let me get to the agenda, because I know there's some time constraints. So and if there are statements by members that you wanted to add to, we could certainly do it at that point as well. Let me ask for item 5.8, and I think I'll turn to you, Councillor Jackson, on putting the Hamilton Enterprise Holding Corporation charitable report on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to put it on the floor. Moved by myself, seconded again by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls, that Hamilton Enterprise Holding Corporation Shareholder Report 21-002, being the meeting that was held on Friday, December 10th of this year, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the report? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then? and some of the time restraints, not to cut off debate, but if we can be crisp, that would be helpful. And Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Thank you. Thumbs up for Councillor Powers. Anyone else?
That carries 13-1.
Thank you. We are now at motions. This is an amendment of the Public Works Committee report respecting automated speed enforcement update. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I need to read the whole thing out, but if all right with you, I'd like to just go to the therefore be it resolved section. This is really a housekeeping item. That item 8 of the Public Works Committee report 21-013 respecting report PW 20002 ALS 21035 automated speed enforcement update, which was approved by council on September 29th, 2021. So it's already been approved, that it be amended by amending subsection B to authorize transportation operations and maintenance to reschedule the operation of automated speed enforcement for Center Road, which would be Parkside Drive to Concession 5 East, to August of 2022, and Robson Road, Parkside Drive to Concession 5 East, to March of 2022 to enable the installation of the advanced coming soon automated speed enforcement signage on Center Road. Mr. Mayor, the list was already approved by council. The reason it is back here with this amendment is that Center Road has been closed, and Parkside Drive and Evans Road has been closed. So there is a lot of stop and go traffic on those routes. Staff came to me and it made perfect sense to switch the dates around, which of course then needs to come back to council for approval. Because we won't be catching anybody with stopping and going. Anyway, that is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions on that motion? Hearing none, thank you. All in favor? And Councillor Powers, if you did, I missed it. There it is. Thumbs up.
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. We're going 6.2 is the amendment to the General Issues Committee report respecting approaches of operating impacts with contributed assets. A motion by Councillor Jackson, if you would, please, sir.
Your worship, moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls. It's there before you as you described what it is. It's a typo. It's being amended to say instead of the year 2022, we're replacing it with 2023. And that's all it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions? All clear, thank you. All in favor then?
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. And Councillor Nan, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation Rapid Housing Initiative.
Thank you. Through you, seconded or moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson. This is a motion to approve an additional 36 units at the tune of $10.3 million. I'll focus on the therefore be it resolved in the interest of time that the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities Department or designate be directed to accept the Rapid Housing Initiative project stream funding allocation in the amount of up to $10,305,844 for the creation of additional affordable housing units, providing the city's submitted projects are selected by CMHC's evaluation team for funding under the project stream. B, that the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities Department or designate be authorized and directed to enter into a Rapid Housing Initiative amending letter dated December 6, 2021 with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to accept Rapid Housing Initiative project stream allocation in the amount of up to $10,305,844 for the creation of up to 36 affordable units in a form satisfactory with the city solicitor. C, that the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities Department or designate be authorized and directed to administer projects selected through the Rapid Housing Initiative project stream, including entering into any agreements and ancillary documents and on such terms as they consider appropriate, approving purchase orders and taking other action needed to ensure success in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. D, that the Housing Services Division be directed to manage project overrun costs for the projects selected under RHI 2 project stream and funds required to cover overruns of RHI 2 project stream projects be brought forward to council for approval with funding sources identified. E, pending CMHC's approval of the city's submitted projects for this project stream, staff be directed to fund eligible development charges for approximately 12 units at the estimated cost of $231,000 from the Tax Stabilization Reserve 110046 or other council approved funding sources. F, that the estimated increase of $150,000 to Housing Service Division operating budget fund rent subsidy for 36 units created under the Rapid Housing Initiative Round 2 for the city's submitted projects required program affordability period of 20 years be included in the 2023 operating budget for council's deliberation and approval. And G, finally, that the Housing Services Division report back to E, Emergency Community Services Committee upon receiving CMHC's approval of RHI 2 project under project streams as appropriate on the city's progress with the Rapid Housing Initiative, including both the first and second round of funding. Any questions be directed to Director John. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously this was not written by the king of whereases, Councillor Danko. I appreciate that, but the resolution is actually self-explanatory, a positive announcement to housing in our community. So any questions on the motion? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Great.
Councillor Nan, thank you very much. And all in favor? Any opposed? And thumbs up for Councillor Powers.
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. And we're at item 4. Councillor Wilson, you have a motion regarding the tax increment grant program for 290 Barton Street West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is another housekeeping item for the most part. It's to recognize not a change in direction from the 2015 council. It is to recognize a change in the name of ownership for a tax incremental grant program. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that subsections A and B to item 3 of the General Issues Committee Report 15-011, which was approved by Council on May 27th, 2015, be amended by deleting the name 290 Barton Street West Hamilton Limited and replacing it with the name Dawn Victoria Homes Brantford Limited in lieu thereof to read as follows. Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program 290 Barton Street West Hamilton, PED 15053, Ward 1. A, that a Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program application submitted by Dawn Victoria Homes Brantford Limited for the property at 290 Barton Street West Hamilton for a Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program grant estimated at $319,897.42 over a maximum of a 5-year period and based on the incremental tax increase attributable to the redevelopment of 290 Barton Street West Hamilton be authorized and approved in accordance with the terms and conditions of the program, and B, that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute the grant agreement attached as revised Appendix A to report PED 15053 in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. B, that item 3 of GIC report 15011 be further amended by adding a new subsection C to read as follows. C, that the general manager of the Planning and Economic Development Department be authorized to approve and execute any grant amending agreements together with any auxiliary amending documentation if required, provided that the terms and conditions of the Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program as approved by council are maintained in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions on it? Not seeing any. All in favor as moved?
We just need a seconder, Mr. Mayor, please.
Seconder would have been Councillor Nan. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can hear you very well.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you.
going to move my microphone a little closer. And I'm looking at the next motion, and I'm looking at a long,
I have a great summary for you.
recommendation. So can we take it as read in all the bold items, Councillor Nand, as you were putting forward, are the
Councillor Vanderbeek.
changes? And I'm assuming that all members of council have had an opportunity to read the recommendation. And Councillor Nand, if you wanted to, first of all, put it on the floor. So move by
Moved
yourself.
by myself and seconded by
Sorry,
Vice
we're
Chair
waiting.
Jackson.
Sorry,
My
Mr. Mayor.
apologies.
Sorry, we're waiting on Councillor Vanderbeek's vote from the last one for 6-4. It
Thank
didn't
you.
come through. That came 0.
Right, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Nand.
Sure. It's an amending motion housekeeping moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Jackson. Essentially, there was an address that was missed for the suite of units that are accompanied in the Indowell development on East Avenue. It's essentially making sure that that second address is integrated into the rent supplement program and subsidy
Beautiful.
program.
Thank you. As I was looking at it, I said that's a 15-minute read. If
Nope.
we do it all day. So thanks. I appreciate that.
No
Any
worries.
comments or questions on that direction and motion? Not seeing any. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded in favor. And Councilor Powers had the thumbs up. Any other?
That carries 14-0.
Beautiful. Thank you. Registered plan of subdivisions. M1278 joint service agreement. Councilor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have before me the register plan subdivision joint service agreement motion, which is before you. If there's any questions related to this, our legal staff are here to appropriately respond accordingly. It's a housekeeping matter. So I'll allow you to read what's before you, and I'll have perhaps staff elaborate on what this motion means. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming everyone's read the motion. Who's here from staff to give us the brief overview?
Mr. Mayor, if we could have a motion to waive notice first, please.
Oh,
Oh,
my apologies.
sorry. Yeah, my apologies. You're right.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr, that we waive the rules.
Thank you. And again, all in favor of that? And thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
That is carried 14-0.
Thank you. And we have somebody here from staff that can give us the quick overview. Nobody's jumping up and down on this one just yet.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see anyone from planning on the call, so I'm probably best suited to give that overview
Sorry.
at this point.
Yeah, it'd actually be legal that brought this forward. So
Okay.
anybody from our legal department?
Hi.
Thanks for your offer, Nick. I appreciate it.
No trouble.
Yep.
Thank you. So through the chair, yes, legal's here to answer any questions, but it may be best if Mr. Winters just described kind of the background from a technical perspective about the background on this, and then legal, to the extent possible, can answer any questions on kind of how the motion has arisen from that.
Okay, fair enough. Nick, back to you.
Certainly. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, the motion that's before you is to allow us to amend the city's sewer and drain bylaw. There are some restrictions in that bylaw that would prevent the documentation associated with this development from moving forward. In order to meet the necessary timelines associated with that, the motion speaks to a bylaw amendment that is further down in the agenda for council today, I believe, and essentially it allows for the sharing of a private stormwater system associated with this development area.
Okay. And I mean, I don't know that there are any legal instruments that come out of that other than documentation. So anyway, everyone comfortable and understand the purpose? Okay. All in favor then of the motion put forward by Councilor Marilla, seconded by, remind me again, Councilor Marilla?
It would be Councillor Farr.
Thank you. All in favor? And thank you, Mr. Winters. Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Now, Mr. Mayor, I do have another notice I need to introduce because it's time sensitive.
Yeah,
And it was
hang
emailed.
on to that one for a moment. I'm going to
sure.
finish with the ones I already have on the
Oh,
docket.
I'm sorry. My
Again,
apologies.
you're on the wrong page.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, on 7-1, we just need Councillor Paul's vote. Didn't come through. She's approved.
There you go.
Thank you, and that carries 14-0.
I'm going to turn to item 7.2, which will also require a waiver of notice. Councillor Wilson, if you would put that forward.
Yes, I am seeking support to waive the rules, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting amendment to the City of Hamilton policy respecting the appointment of citizens to the city's agencies, boards, commissions, advisory volunteer committees, and subcommittees. And Councillor Johnson, would you be prepared to? Thank you. Councillor Johnson will second that waiver.
Okay, thank you. So on the waiver, all in favor? And thumbs up from Councillor Powers, thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. You've abandoned eScribe. You can't do that.
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At last week's Emergency and Community Services meeting, the city's LGBTQ+ advisory committee brought forward a citizen committee report. It gave its year-end review, but also with a recommendation to enable it to fill 2 vacancies. But at present, our city policy does not permit advisory committee vacancies to be filled during the last year of a council term. And I'm requesting council support in amending the city policy to enable those 2 vacant positions to be filled now from what I know exists, an existing pool of applicants. And I know they do exist because I had the good fortune of conducting interviews for the last time there were vacancies along with my former colleague, Councillor Chad Collins. And we went in the day and into the night, I think for two consecutive weeks. So there is a pool on file, and they are with the Office of the Clerk. And if I could, the indulgence of my colleagues, this committee has a new chair in Rebecca Banksy, and Rebecca was there at ECS last week to speak to this recommendation, and I found her comments to be really powerful and insightful, and I'd like to recite them now with your indulgence. There is something beautiful and galvanizing about new voices being added to this conversation. It diversifies the perspective we get to bring and lets us move effectively. It lets us more effectively give advice based on the community we represent. This can sometimes be fatiguing work. And while the voices of experience on our advisory committee have been doing this for some time and are valuable to people like me who are coming in with lots of enthusiasm, but maybe not a lot of experience, it is also important that we bring new enthusiastic participants to the conversation. Losing out on such an opportunity feels like a real loss. It feels like it will offer less opportunity to be effective in what we are doing, and it potentially challenges our ability to maintain the engaged quorum that has been such a big part of our success so far. We would be really grateful if you could see your way to finding a method to allow us to continue doing this kind of work, because when more voices are part of the conversation, the citizen committee reports you get are more meaningful and effective. I have often sat in advisory committee meetings, certain I knew the answer to something and ready to advocate passionately for it, only to hear a different perspective, gain a new understanding, and to change my mind. I want to continue to have a more nuanced and diverse perspective, and I think volunteers have to step away from this project sometimes because it is exhausting, and therefore it means our committee has to be smaller for such a significant period of our term, and that seems like an unfortunate regret. And those are Chair Banksy's remarks. And again, they were asking to fill the vacancy of 2 positions. The policy does not at present permit it because we are in our last term, but we do know we have a large pool of candidates to draw from. And so I am seeking support for an amendment to that policy. If I could just read the therefore be it resolved. That section 23(4) of the City of Hamilton policy respecting the appointment of citizens to the city's agencies, boards, commissions, advisory volunteer committees, and subcommittees be amended to add the words, "and there are insufficient applicants on file to fill the vacancy," to read as follows. If the vacancy occurs within 12 months of the end of the term of council and there are insufficient applicants on file to fill the vacancy will not be filled, and the quorum of the agency, board, commission, advisory, volunteer committee, or subcommittee will be adjusted accordingly. Again, this is only, I'm only looking for an amendment and an allowance because I know there are applications, sufficient applications on file, and it would not apply to those where there are insufficient applications. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Powers.
Thank you. With your permission, could I direct a question to Councillor Wilson?
Absolutely.
So was this to deal with the situation that you're proposing, or will this cover all circumstances that fall in a similar situation between now and the end of the term of council?
Thank you. Through the chair, if I understood Councillor Powers' question, this is not only to apply to the LGBT community committee, beg your pardon, it would apply as the resolution reads to all of the city's agencies, boards, commissions, advisory, volunteer committees, and subcommittees. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. That's what I thought it was. I just wanted not only clarity for myself, but for the clarity of all the members of council. I certainly support your resolution. My preference would have been, should have gone to governance for them to work it through. But I mean, time is important. So I think the intention is great and I support it.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Wilson's brought this forward. I'm supportive. I'm glad to hear it wasn't just LGBTQ Advisory Committee specific. Seniors Advisory Committee has had a couple of vacancies, and in the last month or so, they were told of the current bylaw and procedural policy that would not allow them. So this will be great news if approved here today. And Mr. Mayor, if I can just quickly, you, myself, a few other veterans on council will know this. There may be a misperception in the community amongst citizens who apply that it doesn't, the appointments on the advisories don't align with the 4-year term of council. They do theoretically, and many, many years ago, they actually, after the last civic election, the councils of the day immediately in December, January, got into interviews and appointments. And so literally it did align with, however, what's happened over the last several elections, the last few years, in light of the heavy workload the new council has, especially with the operating annual budget that takes up so much of our time from January to almost mid-April, many of these interviews by the subcommittee interview committees just weren't underway and couldn't get started until late spring, hence the appointments of either existing members reappointed or new members being newly appointed didn't occur till June, 6 months into the new term. I just want to provide that historical context. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And the choice is to be made by the usual selection committee process. Is that how I understand that to kind of you all going forward, or through you, Mr. Chair Jackson, to Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I understood your question correctly, is if this gains approval, then who or how would we choose from those applicants? I'll ask the clerk to weigh in if you don't mind.
City Clerk Colin, please.
To the chair, it's Angela from the Clerk's Department. So a interview subcommittee would be held, interview subcommittee meeting to the standing committee that the advisory committee reports up to, and the committee members could choose from the list of existing applicants. We could go back as the clerks determine if the people were still interested in holding a position, and then you would choose from the remainder of the applicants.
Thank you, Elsie McRae. Mr. Mayor?
Yep. Same process that we generally use for appointees, throughout. Okay, that's all. That was my only question.
Chair, back to you, sir.
Thank you. On that direction, then, it has been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions beyond that? I'm not seeing any. All in favor? Any opposed, of course?
We're just waiting for Councillor Farr's vote to come through. Well,
Yep.
we got it. See, I mentioned
We're
something.
gonna do
That
one
carries
more.
14-0.
Yep. I'm going to get to you, but we're going to do one more thing, which is close off the Committee of the Whole by approving the Emergency Community Services Committee report. Now that this item has been dealt with, we need to move and approve the balance of the report. So moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by, I'll take volunteers. Thank you. Councillor Partridge, thank you. All in favor of the amended report 5.6 Emergency Community Services?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wilson has an amendment to item 12 of the report 5.6. All we've done is approve her notice of motion.
Formally approve that part in the, okay, gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
So she has a motion to
on that
place.
then, on that amendment on item 5.12, which is essentially what we just approved, correct? Yep.
Thank you. That item 12, respecting the LGBTQ Advisory Committee Citizen Committee Report, appointment of additional committee members, be amended by deleting the recommendation in its entirety and replacing it with the following: that membership vacancies for the LGBTQ Advisory Committee be filled by using the existing applicants on file.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? As an amendment electronically coming your way. Councillor Powers can thumb up. Thank you. Anyone do that? And then on the
That carries 14-0.
as amended, all in favor? And I know Councillor Pearson's
Councillor,
go ahead.
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. Councillor Word, you're on your way.
Mr. Mayor, my apologies. I'm late for a development review meeting in my ward for major development. My apologies, but I did want to at least give an opportunity to wish my colleagues, all of you around the table, a very, very Merry Christmas and a happy and safe New Year, into the residents throughout Ward 10 in the city of Hamilton. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you. And with baby Vincent in the family, Christmas is going to be even better. All the best to you. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole now that we've done that final report.
Mr. Mayor, I've always enjoyed this next statement. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls, that the Committee of the Whole rise and report. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of rising and reporting? Councillor Marul, I'm going to get to you right now. And I'm scouring for a notice of motion I wanted to bring forward, but I will ask Councillor Jackson to take the chair for a moment as I go and see someone about a motion, and I'll ask you to turn to Councillor Marula, who is prepared to put forward a notice of motion.
And that carried
Okay.
13-0, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor
Okay.
Jackson, you have the chair.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Marula, you have another notice of motion, please.
I do indeed. Thank you, Councillor Jackson, or Mr. Chairman. Whereas on September 28th, 2019, Hamilton City Council voted to support a mixed income community improvement plan area known as the Roxborough Community Improvement Project Area, whereas the project was created to provide a range of housing options in both form, tenure, and affordability, whereas the rising real estate markets as a result of the pandemic have created challenges for large proportions of the city, whereas the ability to accommodate aging in place and complex or complete community options within the planned area would be considered consistent with the intent or the CIPA, whereas the provision of different densities and building forms within the CIPA are being considered. Therefore, be it resolved that A, that city staff be directed to evaluate and, if necessary, revise provisions to the Roxborough Access to Home Ownership Grant Program to accommodate proposed modifications in land use. Staff are to report back in Q1 of 2022 with any required amendments to the satisfaction of the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services and the General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. And just quickly, this is a housekeeping matter.
Councilor Marula, Councilor
Yes,
Marula, let me
yes.
just stop you, please. You've placed it, you've described
Oh,
it, thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah.
Do you wish to waive the rules?
Yes, so moved, seconded by Farr.
Second by council. Let's waive the rules now that you've placed it for public consumption. All in favor of waiving the rules, please. Councillor Clark, is there any wish to declare before we waive the rules?
Yes, I do. I need conflict on this particular property by virtue of my son's retail business interest with Mr. Mancha. There's a pecuniary interest with the members' code of conduct, and common law requires me to declare it. So I'm assuming that I have to abstain from even the motion to waive the rules.
Okay.
Looking to the clerk now. I'm not sure. I've never done that before.
City Clerk Holland?
I would recommend that you do that just in case.
That's a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My apologies for the interruption.
Not at all. Thanks. That's noted, Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko, did you have a question or comment before we vote on waiving?
Can I just hear the reason it's necessary to waive the rules?
Okay. Councillor Marula, any comment on the reason?
Oh, I'm not muted. So my understanding is that it's a housekeeping matter to be incorporated so that the intent, as you can see within there, the body of it is to ensure that the affordability of the project and that the housing affordability of the project dominates the theme and the evaluation that we're requesting. So once we incorporate this, so that we have our report back in the Q1 of 2022. That's my understanding. Now I'll go to Edward John, who will explain much better than I just did. So Edward, if you could just perhaps intervene.
Thank you for that, Councillor Marula. Director Edward John, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, Edward John, Director of Housing Services. So it's simply to direct staff to ensure that the program provisions align with changes to the land use that's being contemplated. So we don't want to lose time in terms of ensuring that, and this project has stalled to a number of engineering issues to make sure that the two are aligned as they go forward.
Thank you, Director. Councillor, you still have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate the explanation.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
No other
Thank
hands
you.
are up. Okay, we all understand of waiving the rules. All in favor, any opposed? E-vote or physical?
We have the vote up. And that carries 12-0.
Wonderful. Councillor Morel, to your motion, moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Farr again.
That's correct, and we've already
You've read it
explained
all, correct.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Questions or comments now on the motion before we vote on it? Councillor Partridge, were you waving at me as chair?
The vote didn't come up, but 13 of us voted to support it. So I just wanted to make sure that they got my vote.
City Clerk?
Yes, we received Councillor Partridge's vote on the last one.
Excellent.
I think mine wasn't up.
Councillor Pauls, let's make sure. City Clerk, Councillor Pauls?
We got everybody. We're all good.
Fantastic. Okay, now for the actual motion. Moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor, any opposed? E-vote or physical? Or I guess I should say with the yellow marks, virtual thumb will do too.
And that carries 12-0.
All right. Congratulations, Councillor Marula. Comment?
Yes, may I say something? Because this file has been going on since 2015, and it'd be remiss of me not to thank the staff that have been involved and been subjected to the roller coaster ride. So let me just take this opportunity to thank, first and foremost, the city manager, Jeanette Smith, Jason Thorne, Steve Robichaud, Anita Fabic, Shannon McKee, Benu Perot, Alvin Chan, Munir Ruleman, Helen MacArthur, John Wright, Mark Bainbridge, Nick Winters, and previously Dan McKinnon and Andrew Grice. Truly want to thank all of those involved, and including Tony Sergi, who oversaw most of all of the obviously construction sector aspect of it. And so thank council as well. So last council and this council, much appreciated.
Well deserved, all the names you recognize, Councillor Marula. Mr. Mayor, the chair is back to you.
So actually back to you, because I do have a notice of motion that I want to put on the floor, and I will leave it as a notice of motion.
Please read it out for public consumption.
I will do that. So it is a support of a legal challenge to Bill 21 in the province of Quebec. Whereas Fatima Anvari recently lost her position as teacher in the province of Quebec for being found to be wearing a hijab in class. And whereas under Quebec Bill 21, frontline civil servants who display religious symbols while working can be fired or reassigned. And whereas it is noted that Bill 21 violates the basic principles of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And whereas this is a clear demonstration of Islamophobia and poses a threat to the freedoms of many within the province of Quebec as well as across the country. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Hamilton join the efforts of cities across Canada to mount a legal challenge to Bill 21 in the province of Quebec, and that staff to be directed to look at available means to provide support to this legal challenge and report back to council.
So we'll hopefully deal with that in January, Mr. Mayor, keeping it as a notice, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's noted. Now the chair back to you.
Thank you. And as we are now going to, did we rise and report from committee vote? Yes, we did. And we are now at statement by members. And I will start with Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything. I need to leave the meeting now, and in so doing, I wish all of my colleagues and all residents of the City of Hamilton, including Ward 1, a very safe and happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would have started with Councillor Clark, but I knew you had to leave, so you're welcome. All the best. Councillor Farr. You're good? Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, keeping it brief and in honor of Arthur Professor, leading Black feminist Bell Hooks, who sadly passed away this morning, whose quote sticks with me quite often. Much of her work does and shaped my early life as a young woman of color in this country. And she says that beyond simply surviving adversity, we must dare to create lives of sustained optimal well-being and joy. And I can't think of a better quote to end this year off with, and share my wishes for everybody to have a joyous, healthy, safe holiday season. Remember that we are the ones that foster belonging in our city and community together. And so please do continue practicing your compassion and kindness that we've been practicing over the last 20 months with this pandemic. Continue moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, Merry Christmas and season's greetings to everyone, and be well.
Thank you. Councillor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the residents of Ward 5 for being so welcoming, not only sharing the issues and concerns they have, but the good parts of the city. Almost on a daily basis, I've been exploring the ward, everything from the beach strip to the escarpment, downtown Stony Creek. So it's a wonderful ward to work in, full selection of challenges, and I look forward to embracing the work over the next year. And from my faith to yours, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, only because I'm not sure of the timing of the next council meetings in January after the holiday season. I have 3 public service announcements and then a closing greetings, if I might please. All of you will remember the tragic loss of little Jude Strickland about a year ago at this time at the hands of a truck driver who's been charged with dangerous driving causing death at Upper Gage and Royal Vista. I want the Templemead school community and the Eleanor and Templemead neighborhoods to know that tentatively, working with the principal of Templemead School and our Parks Department, on Wednesday, January 12th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Templemead School, that evening of a parent, teacher, student, council evening and event. There will be displays of the proposed new play structure that staff are working on with the community and with the Strickland family to do a nice memorial of the new playground and climber that little Jude thoroughly enjoyed in his short time here on earth at Eleanor Park. So please, Templemead community, Templemead School and Eleanor neighborhood, Wednesday, January 12th, tentatively 6 to 8 p.m. at the school with displays where the children, his fellow students, will be able to place their choices for the new playground equipment and climber. And all of this continues to be with the support and permission of Pastor Jamie and Vanessa Strickland and Jude's brothers, Noah, Blaze, and Haddon. Number 2, public service announcement, Mr. Mayor. I'm working on 2 hopeful community meetings, working with a local banquet hall and business, Mr. Mayor. So I want my community to note down Monday, January 17th. This is regarding the proposal of the conversion and plans for the Sherwood Plaza, where the former 5-pin bowling lanes used to be. It's been over 2.5 years now since my first community meeting. COVID sadly again got in the way. So to my community, they're going to get letters through Canada Post. January 17th, Monday from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at a local banquet hall for a community meeting and update on Sherwood Plaza. And third one, Mr. Mayor, the following Monday, January 24th, at the same banquet hall I'm working with in cooperation and collaboration. And this one will be for the renewal and reconstruction of Mountain Brow Boulevard and Concession Street from Upper Gage all the way over to Oakcrest. The community has requested since the last election, Mr. Mayor, a commitment I made if I was fortunate enough to be reelected. What we did 5 years ago on Mountain Brow Boulevard with the new very popular multi-use recreational trail from the Kenilworth Circle all the way to Mohawk Road, First Street in Hamilton with solar panels connected with the escarpment stairs. The community's been clamoring to mimic and duplicate that very successful popular project, but do it west of the circle all the way to Upper Gage. So again, tentatively at the local banquet hall for Monday, January 24th, with city staff in attendance and all COVID-19 regulations and safety measures in place, contact tracing, attendance sheet, etc., Mr. Mayor, distancing, mask wearing, etc., vaccination proof, all of that, Mr. Mayor. I'm letting my community know in advance, Monday, January 24th from 6:30 to 8:30 as well. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, thank you for indulging me. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, my greetings to all members of the Jewish community of our great city. Happy Hanukkah. Mr. Mayor, to all members of the Ward 6 community and the city beyond at this special time of year. And we all know there's something special in the air that allows us to just kind of settle back, unwind, and catch up with family and friends that otherwise during the year we just don't have the time to do. To all my Ward 6 constituency, a very Merry Christmas, and please stay healthy into 2022. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. Every time I have to come after Councillor Jackson, I'm out of words. Well done, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Danko. Oh, sorry. I thought you
want to
wanted
say something.
Kidding.
Oh, no. Okay, keeping up with the Christmas spirit. Last Friday, I had a great display of lights on St. Lawrence Park on the gazebo there. And we collected food, money for Living Rock, and it was a privilege. All the business on concession did their part, and they brought lots and lots of food. And it was great because Santa was there, Mrs. Santa Claus was there too, and there were all kinds of kids just waving, and it was really a great festive time. I just want to say that since this is our last meeting before 2022, I also want to thank all my residents, Ward 7, and all the city of Hamilton, and my colleagues as well. I really love working with you. It's such an honor. When I got elected, I thought I didn't know what I was going to get into, but I have to say it's been a highlight to work with all of you and the staff. The staff has been fantastic. Every time I call them, they answer the phone and help me. So Merry Christmas, and may God bless you all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Try to stay safe. I think we've all been under a really extreme amount of stress recently, and it kind of manifests in different ways. So please, just for everyone out there, please be kind and try to look out for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to extend my thanks and appreciation to my residents in Ward 15 and indeed across the entire city. You know, it's been a challenge the past 2 years, and I can't believe how our city has come together. And it's so important to continue with our kindness, continue keeping safe, and continue supporting each other. So I wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, and I thank you. Miigwech, Niawen.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to wish everyone in my ward and across the city, whatever their faith, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, the best of the holiday season, and a safe, healthy, and Happy New Year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, I know, has left us. Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to thank the volunteers for both the Mount Hope and the Binbrook tree lighting ceremonies that they held. They were both on the same day at the same time, and both were just equally as successful. Sorry. The Santa Claus Parade Committee is holding a decoration contest throughout the Binbrook village. So please send an email to binbrookparadecommittee@gmail.com. The top 5 houses will be chosen by the committee based on the votes, and then will be reviewed, and the winner will be selected by the committee, and it will be done before December 19th, 2021. I also want to take a few minutes to say thank you to our acting GM of Public Works, Craig Murdoch, for hearing the concerns and reacting to the recent storm events that have happened on Saturday. I personally dodged about 6 fallen trees across the roads, and I saw all the debris coming off the properties, and I reached out to Craig, and Craig immediately put some actions in. So our leaf and yard waste is going to be extended for this week up to next week until December 24th. So thank you so much, Public Works and the gang. I just want to let my colleagues know that I'll be stepping away from the Canusa Committee. In conversation with Clerk Janet Pilon, this is not a council appointed position, but I just wanted to let you know that my colleague, Councillor Pauls, is more than willing to step up and take my place. So thank you, Councillor Pauls. You are an amazing addition to this fabulous group of people who are doing fabulous things. Finally, a message from my Ward 11 office to our Glenbrook families and all the families in this great city of Hamilton. We wish you the happiest of holiday seasons. We've been through another year of great successes, achievements, and celebrations in our families and our communities. However, not without great sacrifices and loss to some of us. At this time, my wish is to honor all of those times, good and bad, and look forward to a bright future in 2022 and beyond. So from our families to yours, happy holidays, best wishes, Merry Christmas, and let's all have a safe and healthy Happy New Year from Kathy, Kristen, Heidi, and Brenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all of the staff, Public Works, Parks Department, Horticulture. Last year, they planted 6 new pine trees by the Valley Park sign. And then we had them decorated, our own miniature festival of lights in Valley Park. And they're up again this year, they're red and green. It looks fantastic. So I encourage people to get out and about in the evening for a walk and check it out. But also check out all of the houses. I am absolutely blown away, Mr. Mayor, by the number of houses and how spectacular their holiday displays are this year. They truly got into the spirit. And so just take a walk through your neighborhood and check them out. I know my granddaughters and I have been doing that, and they just love it. And so as we prepare for our holiday gatherings, I ask everyone to remember your neighbors who live alone and parents who might need help to provide a dinner and gifts for their children. So please donate food and new toys to our local food banks. Let's help the less fortunate have a truly blessed Christmas. And I want to wish council, staff, and all of our families and all the residents across the city a healthy and a happy Christmas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And for my part, just to kind of wrap up where what we celebrated in the last week or so, my congratulations to the CFL, the Hamilton Tiger Cats, city staff, all those that came together to host a wonderful Grey Cup week. Even though the game outcome wasn't what we might have liked, the outcome for our restaurants and our bars and our hospitality sector was absolutely outstanding. I met folks from right across the country that came to Hamilton, filled up our hotels, enjoyed our restaurants, and of course enjoyed a great game, great party at the convention center. I do know that the Hamilton, on the one level was the Hamilton Tiger Cat party, and on the upper level was the Blue Bombers party. And the Tiger Cat fans were going to the Blue Bombers camp because the lineups for beer was shorter at the Blue Bombers party than it was at the Hamilton Tiger Cats party. So, good time was had by all. The game was spectacular. The Arkells did a fantastic job of not only representing Hamilton and being Canada's band, but did a kick-ass show through the halftime. It was absolutely spectacular. The whole event itself was really, really well done and well organized. And we have to thank folks like Rome D'Angelo and Rob Gatto, Carrie Brooks Joyner, who made the facilities ready. It looked fantastic and spectacular as well. And not without some effort. And so all of that takes an enormous amount of organizing and making sure it was safe and secure. And there were no outstanding problems inside or outside the stadium that I'm aware of. Although there might have been the usual drunken dust up here and there, but nothing that we needed to worry about, and no property damage. All was safe and sound. So congrats to everyone that made that happen. That was really quite spectacular. I do want to thank the community at large for their effort this past year. And in as much as we're still challenged, the lion's share of our population has done the right thing. They've gotten their vaccination. They've stayed home when we've asked them to. They've worked from home in virtual spaces. They've taken their kids home and educated them while the schools were closed. I mean, who could have predicted this kind of a dramatic year? And I'm hoping we're not going to go back to that. But the reality is that we are still facing some challenges. But in the face of all of that, we are a resilient community from one end of the city to the other. And the participation of all of our citizens by and large has allowed us to get to where we are and into the safe spaces that we currently enjoy. So thank you for that continued effort to all of our citizens. I do also want to acknowledge the beautiful lighting, not only done by the community at large, and it seems like folks are decorating their homes like never before, and I think there's some pent-up energy there to celebrate a little bit more than we might otherwise, or otherwise folks might have traveled and aren't able to do so, and so they're putting some extra time and resources into lighting up their neighborhoods. And as Councillor Clark pointed out, if you want to see it, you just need to do a walk around. But if you want to go a little further, the RBG is beautifully lit up. The downtown is beautifully lit up. All the downtowns, in fact, are nicely decorated. The trees are up. The lights are shining, and there's lots of places where you can enjoy the spirit of Christmas throughout our community. So I encourage you to do that in a safe way. The one area that I would caution you on, and as I heard some that are planning on engagements in the future, that it is likely that indoor gathering limits is likely to change in a short little while. So whatever you're planning in terms of meetings or public meetings, I would certainly check in with our Emergency Operations Center to ensure that we're meeting all the present protocols that are evolving. And so, please do that and make sure that we keep everyone as safe as humanly possible. And at the same time, Feliz Navidad, Happy Hanukkah, Plata Hakespes in Dutch, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone in our city. This is a time to continue to come together as we have in the past, but with a little bit extra kindness and compassion for those that are struggling in our community. So many a food share donations turns into $25 worth of $1, $5 turns into $25 worth of food. At this time of year, the need is always great. So whatever you can do, if you can do, be generous to those that have greater needs in our community. That is a tradition here in Hamilton as well. United Way is also looking for added contributions, given that they service so many in our community that are struggling. And so if you can find a way of making a contribution to that organization with whatever resource you have, whether it's personal time or some of your treasure, I'm sure it'll be greatly appreciated. I'm going to do some volunteer work at Good Shepherd. They need some help and assistance in packaging gifts to go out into the community, and I'm signing on for 3-hour sessions to help out. So wherever you can help out, do something for others. Do the best you can to look after one another, whether it's members of council or our broader community. You know what? The best feeling in the world is to do something good for someone else, I personally believe. And I know this is the appropriate time to do that, although that is possible all year round. Today is, and now through the Christmas season, is a better time than ever to share that warmth and kindness and compassion. And on behalf of myself and my staff, to all of you, difficult, challenging year. We may run into another difficult, challenging year, but I know we're all up to it. I think this council has performed admirably well. Even though we don't agree on all things, we have maintained a reasonable amount of agreeability, and I assume that will continue. And on behalf of myself and my staff here, have a happy break, well-deserved break. I hope to get as much break as I can fit in, but I'm not sure how that's going to happen. But the reality is everyone needs some downtime, some family time, some friend time, and I certainly encourage you to take advantage of all of that. And if we can connect over the holidays in one way or another, I'd be happy to do that with all of you as well. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. See you in the new year. I know there's other meetings that are yet to happen, but publicly, all the best. Thank you so much for a great year, great effort, great compassion, great work, and we'll look forward to the same next year. That's all for me. And so I'm going to go to Councillor, and that was I know that was a 10-minute oratory. I apologize for that. Councillor Jackson, a motion to receive the council communications, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls, that the listing of council communication updates 19th through to December 9th and December 14th, all of this year, be received. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Electronic vote is already there for you. Councillor Powers, thanks for the thumb up.
Councillor Vanderbeek, we're just waiting for your vote to come through. Councillor Wilson has left the meeting. Councillor Farr is not there, and Councillor Marula has left the meeting. That carries
Mr.
10-0.
Mr. Mayor, could I just double check with the clerk? Did she get my vote?
Yes, we received it. It did come through.
Okay, thank you.
If she didn't, then we don't have quorum actually. So hopefully we did. The private and confidential closed minutes. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes unless there's discussion? I don't see any. Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Seconded by Councillor Powers. Thank you. All in favor? And I know you're getting ready to do this, Councillor Jackson. You'll have the last official duty of this year goes to you.
That carries 10-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. It's been an exhausting number of sheets I've had today. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded for the very last time this year by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls, that bills number 21-226 through to 21-251 be passed, the corporate be fixed thereto, and the bylaws be numbered. And only, Mr. Mayor, when you and City Clerk Holland have a moment before you finish your Christmas shopping, if you could sign these bills accordingly, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
I'm ready, willing, and able, and I'll be signing them thoroughly. And I always miss one or two. She always catches me on that one. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. All in favor of the bills? I do miss reading them out one at a time. That was just my favorite part of the meeting because you knew it was near the end. You were at the end.
That carries 10-0.
Thank you. And I will take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Powers, seconded by Johnson. Councillor Johnson, all in favor electronically one last time.
Great job, sir. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day, and we'll see you soon. Be well.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
And that is carried 10-0.
Thank you. Thank you to our good staff, by the way. Our clerks are fantastic.